И, Артем, как только я тебе говорю, начинаем, ты начинаешь, да?
Да, жду 2 секунды и...
So be prepared. Мы готовы начинать. Все команды приветствуем. Ждем, когда нам скажут отмашку.
Нормально так, не застегивать рубашку?
Я тебя уже не вижу, я уже ничего не вижу.
Красивый, красивый очень.
Здравствуйте.
Привет.
От красивого человека слышу.
Спасибо.
Так, 30 минут. Да? Ждем Кристину, отмашку от Кристины. Everybody has 1 minute. Люба, мы видим вас.
Приветствуем всех инвесторов и партнеров SkyWorld Community. Мы рады, что вы присоединились к нашему разогреву перед ежегодной презентацией струнных технологий EcoFest 2020.
Welcome to all the investors and partners of the SkyWorld community. We are glad that you have joined our warm-up before the annual presentation of string technologies, the EcoFest 2020.
В этом году EcoFest пройдет полностью в онлайн-формате, и впереди нас ждет доклад автора генерального автора конструкции SkyWay Анатолия Юницкого, прямое включение из инновационного центра SkyWay в Шардже, выступление инвесторов проекта и многое другое.
This year, the EcoFest will be held entirely online. There will be a report by the author of the SkyWay technology, Anatoly Unitsky. We also have a live broadcast from the SkyWay Innovation Center in Sharjah, speeches by project investors, and much more.
Мы ждали этого события больше года, и теперь до открытия EcoFest 2020 остается всего полчаса. Давайте проведем это время вместе и послушаем, что думают о предстоящей презентации технологий наши партнеры и инвесторы по всему миру.
We have been waiting for this event for more than a year. And now there is only a half an hour left before the opening of the EcoFest. Let's spend this time together and listen to what our partners and investors think about the upcoming presentation.
Сегодня нас разделяют тысячи километров, но мы все равно можем увидеть и услышать каждого участника EcoFest. Начнем с наших лидеров. Встречайте Вьетнам! Присоединяйтесь к нам!
Today we are separated by thousands of kilometers, but we can still see and hear each other from all over the world. Let's start with our top leaders. Meet the ones from Vietnam. I give the floor to you guys. Vietnam. Vietnam. We don't see you. Switch on camera and microphone.
Bây giờ mới nói à, bây giờ mới hô à? Bây giờ đây. Nào, mọi người bây giờ mới đếm là mình người này, đếm thị trường Việt Nam. Hô con đưa đi anh ơi.
Bây giờ là theo chương trình các bạn kết nối công ty thì là họ bảo bây giờ là mới bắt đầu. Thế là có kinh nghiệm nhiều hơn sẽ làm tốt hơn.
Xong rồi ở đây về cô nói với người ta nhá, về cô nói với người ta này. Здравствуйте! Сейчас Вьетнам будет поздравлять EcoFest. Слушать нас сейчас. Пожалуйста.
Какие же они молодцы! Как много людей собрали!
Здравствуйте, EcoFest. SkyWay. Сейчас Вьетнам будет поздравляем всем вас. SkyWay! Vietnam! SkyWay! Vietnam! Say SkyWay! 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 Oh yeah! Здравствуйте, Вьетнам! SkyWay Vietnam! SkyWay Vietnam! Построим SkyWay по сети мира!
Мы благодарим!
Сегодня в этом EcoFest онлайн мы все вьетнамцы, все инвесторы поздравляем SkyWay, поздравляем, передать привет Анатолий Unitsky. Мы вас любим!
Thank you.
Мы благодарим наших партнеров из Вьетнама и двигаемся дальше. Приветствуем Казахстан! Лейла, пожалуйста, выходите в прямой эфир.
We are grateful. We are grateful to our partners from Vietnam. Let's move on and welcome Kazakhstan. You are on air.
Dear friends, dear colleagues, we are greeting you from the Kazakhstan, from the land where the first man started to space. And we want to invite you in our national language.
Сәлеметсіздер ме, құрметті әріптестер. Бүгін EcoFest өткізіп жатырмыз Алматы, Қазақстанда 2020 жылғы. Әріптестер, құтты болсын.
Транспорт второго уровня SkyWay будет очень гармонично смотреть по территории Казахстана, как в деловом отношении, так и путешествия. Поэтому Казахстан участвует активно в этом проекте.
Алга, Казахстан! Алга, SkyWay! Алга, SkyWay! Алга!
Артем? Артем, микрофон. Микрофон.
Спасибо большое, Казахстан. Перемещаемся на север Европы. Эстония, добрый день. Поделитесь с нами. Вы готовы к EcoFest'у?
And now we move to Northern Europe. And Estonia, good morning. Are you ready for the EcoFest?
Ja, tere hommikust! Me oleme EcoFestiks valmis. Tervitame kõiki Eesti partnereid ja partnereid üle maailma igas nurgas. Meile väga meeldib täna see, et see EcoFest toimub sellisel kujul ja kõik inimesed maailmas saavad meiega ühineda.
Доброе утро всем, и мы очень рады участвовать на таком мероприятии онлайн. И это совсем по-другому, чем это было раньше. Но все равно мы приветствуем своих коллег в Эстонии, также наших партнеров и коллег, с кем мы всегда ездили на EcoFest, наших соседей. И отдельный привет идет еще командой переводчиков, которая сегодня работает в онлайн-трансляции. Вы молодцы, и так держать.
Hello everybody, it's great to have this EcoFest online this year. We send much love and always success to all of you. Greetings from Estonia.
Спасибо большое, Эстония. Здорово. А теперь мы возвращаемся в азиатский регион. На связь выходит Кыргызстан. Патила, приветствуем вас.
Cheers! Thanks, Estonia. We return to Asia. Kyrgyzstan is on the receiving end. Patila, welcome.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые партнеры и инвесторы. Мы рады участвовать на этом EcoFest'е 2020. Мы лидеры Кыргызстана. Поздравляем всех с EcoFest'ом. Всем крепкого здоровья, процветания. Дай Бог нашему SkyWay по всему миру развиваться. Мы уже это сделали и это рады.
SkyWay был, ылдан был, ыңғай был.
SkyWay был, қопсыздық.
SkyWay был, жақын жашоо.
SkyWay был, транспорттағы жаңалану. SkyWay был, жаңа команданың талабы.
SkyWay был, денсаулық.
SkyWay был, экологияның тазалығы.
SkyWay den aksiya alыңыздар. Бұл жаңы транспорт, дүние жүзіне жаңы транспортты қолдаймыз. Ура, Кыргызстан қолдайды.
SkyWay! 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 Кыргызстан! SkyWay! Кыргызстан!
Артем?
Спасибо, Киргизия. А теперь мы отправляемся в один из самых активных регионов в Европе. Встречаем Словакию и члена правления Sky World Community Františeka Solара. Подключайтесь, пожалуйста.
And now we are going to get in touch with one of the most active regions in Europe. It's Slovakia. Please welcome the leader of Slovakia, member of the board of Sky World Community, František Solar, and his team. The floor is yours.
Добрый день, друзья, приятели. Zdravíme vás tu, tým Slovenska z kancelárie Sky World Community zo Slovenska. Prajeme všetkým vám krásny zážitok dnešného dňa. Prajeme všetko dobré, aby všetky tie plány, ktoré sme si predsavzali, aby nám vyšli. Good morning, our friends from all around the world. I would like to say and send you big greetings and wish you that all your plan will be fulfilled for this year. And our greetings go as well to Mr. Anatoly Eduardovich Unitsky. Now, some members of this team will say a very short words. Yoshko.
Všetci sme sa tešili tohto roku na EcoFest. Bohužiaľ situácia nám nedovolila zúčastniť sa tak ako po iné roky. Sme veľmi radi, že aspoň takto môžeme pozdraviť všetkých, ktorí pozerajú tento prenos a veríme, že projekt nám vyjde tak, ako je plánované. Ahojte.
Привет, друзья! Мы все, как нас видеть здесь, поздравляем всех коллег из всего мира. И мы надеемся и радуемся, что сегодняшний день будет одним из самых важных дней для SkyWay.
Pozdravujeme všetkých účastníkov EcoFestu online Slovakia. Pozdravujeme zo Slovenska celý svet. Buduj SkyWay, zachraň planetu.
Dobrý deň, pozdravujeme celý svet zo Slovenska.
To ešte nebolo, choď gusto.
Skvelý projekt, tešíme sa na výsledky, všetko najlepšie.
OK, all the best, buduj SkyWay, zachráň planetu, Slovakia!
Thank you.
Спасибо большое, спасибо Словакии. Двигаемся дальше. Остаемся в Европе и приветствуем наших инвесторов и партнеров из Латвии. Латвия, видим и слышим вас.
Moving on, we stay in Europe and now we welcome our investors and partners from Latvia. We are ready to see and hear you loud and clear.
Включайте, пожалуйста, свой микрофон и скажите нам пару слов. Латвия, мы вас еще не слышим. Нужно включить микрофон. Ну, если не включается... О, включился. Слышим вас. Не слышим, поэтому я скажу от Латвии, поскольку я отсюда. Латвия очень рада участвовать в таком потрясающем празднике. Дорогие друзья, мы делаем историю, и мы делаем ее собственными руками, вместе. И Латвия вместе с нами, вместе с остальными странами, за Анатолия Эдуардовича Юницкого и экологические технологии. До встречи офлайн в следующем году. Будьте здоровы!
Okay.
И что, мы продолжаем дальше, потому что мы опять отправляемся в небольшое путешествие, и мы уже в Узбекистане. Подключайтесь к нам, прошу вас. Узбекистан.
Yes, again, we will take a short trip and we have already landed in Uzbekistan. Anwar, it's your turn.
Assalomu alaykum, hammaga salom O'zbekistondan. Xudo xolasa biz yangi pilotni proyektini qilyapmiz. Inshaalloh yaqin orada biz O'zbekistonda qurilishni boshlashni rejalashtiribmiz. O'zbekistonda komandasidan butun olam investorlariga qalangali salomlar bo'lsin.
Спасибо большое. Спасибо, Узбекистан. Ну что, дамы и господа, уважаемые зрители, партнеры и инвесторы, еще не устали? Тогда мы снова летим в Европу. И сегодня мы хотим поприветствовать как можно больше стран. Поэтому сейчас Чехия, Милан, добрый день.
Okay, guys, are you tired already? If not, we're going back to Europe. We want to greet today as many countries as possible. So, the Czech Republic, Milan, good afternoon.
Tak dobrý den, já zdravím všechny přátelé z celého světa. Jsem moc rád, že jsem mezi vámi a že jsme my všichni mezi vámi. Já bych chtěl za Českou republiku říct, že si vážím všech investorů, vážím si hlavně našeho generálního konstruktéra a jsem moc rád, že se povedl tenhle EcoFest, letošní EcoFest i přes ty velké překážky, které jsme absolvovali všichni společně. A zdravím všechny odvážné investory, když dneska už to není odvaha, tak jako to bylo na začátku v rámci investic, investování do technologie. Dneska už to prostě je radost investovat do SkyWay A držím palce všem investorům a držím palce celému EcoFestu. Těším se na další program a pojďte si poslechnout nás všechny z České republiky.
Českou zdraví, SkyWay celého světa!
Stroj SkyWay, спасай планету!
Прекрасно. Спасибо, дамы и господа. А мы продолжаем дальше. Теперь нас встречает прекрасная и гостеприимная Грузия. Мзия, выходите на связь.
Thank you, Czech Republic. Now we are greeted by beautiful and hospitable Georgia. Mzia, it's your turn. Please start.
Приветствуем с Грузии.
Привет из Грузии. Видим и слышим вас прекрасно.
Поздравляем с сегодняшним EcoFest'ом. Весь мир поздравляем и себе поздравляем. Наша грузинская команда всех приветствует, друзья.
Привет.
Привет.
Приветствую. Привет, привет. მოგესალმებით საქართველოდან.
ჩვენი სურვილი არის, რომ საქართველოში ძალიან მალე გაკეთდეს ეს ტრანსპორტი, გააშენდეს ეს გზები და ყველას მივესალმებით თელს სოფლიოში, ჩვენს პარტნიორებს თურქეთში, იტალიაში, ამერიკაში და რა თქმა უნდა ჩვენ საყვარელ საქართველოში.
მოგესალმებით, მოგესალმებით.
Привет всем.
SkyWay გაუმარ ჯოს. გაუმარ ჯოს. გაუმარ ჯოს.
Здорово. Спасибо.
Спасибо большое, любим вас.
Рады вас видеть, дорогая Грузия. А мы продолжаем и еще раз вернемся в Прибалтику. Любимая Литва. Аурелиус, подключайтесь.
Как слышно?
Слышно прекрасно.
And once again, we return to the Baltics. Beloved Lithuania, Aurelius, it's your turn now.
Hello, partners, hello, colleagues, and friends, and hello, SkyWay community family. Добрый вечер всем, добрый вечер, партнеры, коллеги, друзья, добрый вечер. Ой, добрый день, у нас уже вечер. SkyWay community семья. И мы очень рады вас всех видеть в онлайне, но мы ждем этого времени, когда мы можем увидеться вживую и обниматься. И мы передаем привет из Литвы, теплый привет, и желаем всем мечтать, пусть ваши мечты сбываются, любите друг друга, храните свои семьи, свои родные, свои детей. Мы всех вас любим. И greetings from Lithuania. Строй SkyWay, спасай планету.
Браво, браво. А теперь мы сразу из Литвы перемещаемся в Африку. Наши лидеры и наша гордость. Нигерия. Сэмми, поздравляем тебя с днем рождения и слушаем вас.
Okay, thank you, Lithuania. We love you. And now we move to Africa. There are our leaders. There is our pride, Nigeria. Sammy, happy birthday. And we are all ears. Sammy?
Thank you guys, thank you guys, thank you guys. SkyWay, big family. It's a pleasure that we are here right now. Even when we know we have issue in the world right now in our own country, but still we have passion for this technology. We have passion for Unitsky. We love this technology so much. We know it's going to change the face of transport situation, not only in Nigeria, but all other African countries. We love you guys. It's a pleasure having you here this morning. Thank you, Unitsky. We love you. Bye, 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 bye. Trust SkyWay. Pasa Planeto.
Thank you.
This technology, we have passion for Unitsky. We love it.
Представляете, какое расстояние между нами, что есть задержка, но душами и умами мы вместе, дамы и господа. А теперь, после нашей Нигерии, необъятная Россия. Приветствуем наших активных партнеров.
And thank you, Sammy. Thank you, Nigeria. And now, the immense Russia. We welcome our active partners from the heart of Russia. Please, welcome, Ruslan.
Здравствуйте, друзья! Ура, ура! С открытием EcoFest всех! Hello! Bonjour! Салям алейкум! Вообще весь мир у нас здесь на связи. Мы очень рады вас всех приветствовать. Хоть и в таком формате, но мы снова вместе, друзья. И, конечно, хочется верить, что уже скоро мы с вами снова увидимся. Приятного всем времяпрепровождения. У нас с вами великое событие для нашего проекта. Поэтому мы с вами делаем очень нужное и верное дело. Поэтому строй SkyWay, спасай планету!
Браво, браво! Спасибо, Россия! А закончим перекличку мы на Беларуси. Уважаемые партнеры, приветствуем вас!
Now we should finish our warm-up with Belarus. Here they are, our active partners from Belarus. Please, you are on air, Nikolai.
Добрий день, поважані партнери. Вітаємо вас з центру Європи, Республіки Беларусь. Желаем всем достичь успехов и закрыть наш проект в ближайшее время. Что скажете?
Спасибо. Спасибо, дорогие друзья. Ну что, у нас осталось совсем немного времени до начала праздника. Ребята, все готовы? Помашите в камеру, если готовы. Ого, как нас много!
We have very little time left before the EcoFest starts. Please, clap your hands, wave your hands if you are ready for this.
Напоминаем вам, что сразу после EcoFest'а трансляция не заканчивается. Мы продолжим делиться своими победами, достижениями и новостями с инвесторами и партнерами с компанией SkyWorld Community. Будет еще много полезного и интересного.
We remind you that the broadcast does not immediately end after the EcoFest. We continue sharing with you our achievements and news with the SkyWorld community investors and partners. There will be a lot of useful and interesting information.
Те, кто все еще находится в Zoom-комнате, переходите, пожалуйста, на YouTube по ссылке, соответствующей вашему языку. Если что, можно набрать на YouTube просто EcoFest 2020 прямая трансляция.
Those of you who are still here in the Zoom room, please open a broadcast in YouTube in your language. If you cannot find it, just write EcoFest 2020 live broadcast in YouTube. And there you are.
Итак, дамы и господа, EcoFest 2020 объявляю открытым!
So, ladies and gentlemen, our friends, partners and investors, the EcoFest 2020 is ready to begin.
Воу! Браво! А теперь прошу всех на YouTube.
Let's go to YouTube.
Good afternoon, dear friends, colleagues, investors of the project of Unitsky string transport. EcoFest is a full-scale event that every year unites thousands of investors from dozens of countries in the SkyWay EcoPark in Belarus. So last year, EcoFest was attended by more than 5,000 visitors and investors from all continents, and we have over 50,000 participants online. The year 2020 presented new challenges to humanity, but we are successfully coping with them. And this year, due to the pandemic of coronavirus, many large events on the world scale were cancelled. But this year, we decided to hold EcoFest, transforming it into an online event, reporting on the work done in front of hundreds of thousands of our project's investors. So now we give the floor to Anatoly Eduardovich Unitsky.
During this difficult year, I do not have the opportunity to see all our partners in person, and I feel a certain awkwardness speaking to the camera, but not in front of those who put their investments in business of all my life, SkyWay. Nevertheless, I fulfill my obligations, and one of them is to provide an annual report on the work performed, on achievements and plans. Year 2020 reminded people and humanity as a whole about personal and civilization vulnerability. We are faced with viruses, natural disasters, global political upheavals. But life goes on. Over the years of work on SkyWay technologies, on SkyWay transport, I have more than once been convinced of the truth of the statement, whatever doesn't kill us makes us stronger. This statement is true now as well. We have become stronger. Despite major misfortune of 2020 and epidemic of coronavirus, we have not stopped working for one day. Neither in Belarus, where the design organization, close joint stock company of string technology and production is located, as well as in the Center for Demonstration and Certification SkyWay, nor in the United Arab Emirates, where the Innovation Center SkyWay is being built. First of all, I would like to tell you in detail about what has been done during the reporting period in EcoPark, in the Center for Demonstration and Certification of Technologies, and no less important, in the existing Center for Improvement and Innovation of String Technologies. This process is ongoing. For example, we upgraded the rolling surface on the overhead passing truss, SkyWay. There we have installed a flat rail head of ribbon type. Developed solutions have allowed us to eliminate the transverse welds along all the roll and acceleration surface of the high-speed complex. Absolutely unique technology should not only allow to confirm the expected smooth movement and the noise level of high-speed transport SkyWay, but also to make the passengers feel extremely comfortable when traveling at such high speed. This solution makes it possible to achieve more reliable operation of the anti-derailment system, and the experimental coating of the rolling tracks is designed to make the track structure even more durable. In our logic, this structure will last 100 years. As a result, after a short time, we have achieved the indicators of the smoothness of movement higher than in business class cars. Whereas previously Transport SkyWay used hydraulic system, which is hard enough in order to level uneven path. But now, with the help of a new technology, now we use pneumatics. We were able to increase the indicators of the smoothness of movement several times. At the moment, the Holland trolley Unibus U4-21201 is being tested in EcoTechnoPark. In addition, we continue to test in this track the innovative current collection, not from the contact wire, but from the left and the right rail via the wheels. This decision required the creation of an innovative track structure, where the rails are isolated from each other because plus and minus are on different rails, and from the supports, including the anchor ones in both our and innovative rail electric vehicles, where the wheels are isolated from each other, the left and right wheels, as well as from the tram and the interior of the transporting means. To tell you the truth, this was not an easy job. It was a difficult task, accounting for the fact that there is a longitudinal force of several hundred tons when electric voltage of almost 1,000 volts on each rail. Therefore, electrical insulation, unlike in traditional structures, must be load-bearing insulation and durable to cyclic loading. We have performed an upgrade of one of the first test transport routes, which was put into operation in 2016, flexible, sagging. We have replaced flexible saddles on rails. They are now made of very flexible type of fishing rod, that is a real fishing rod, with a smooth decrease of stiffness at the end. This not only improved the smooth running of the outboard electric vehicles, but also made it possible to pass the supports without reducing the speed. And earlier we had to reduce the speed there in order to pass the supports comfortably. In addition, monitoring of the strings that were purchased at a lower price showed that without a zinc coating, they will not survive for 100 years, even in a protective environment. Therefore, now we don't use strings without zinc coating in any project, including test track. We shouldn't save on this. We designed and last year began to build the 6th line, where we planned to build a SkyWay track in the form of a welded truss, like the first line built in EcoTechnoPark, only designed for a magnitude greater load. But when we came to the United Emirates with SkyWay and began to recalculate the welded truss according to Euro norms, it turned out that it would not withstand 100 million loading cycles. But this requirement is obligatory for us, as we argue that the rail string overhead, including in the form of a truss, we built to last for 100 years. Our intention is for the structure to last 100 years. Let me explain this. Although according to Russian and Belarusian standards, welding suits this kind of metal structures. This is a building structure. The point is that welding holds the statistical load well. For example, temperature that reaches a maximum and the minimum 2 times a year in winter and summer, or a snow load that occurs only in winter, that is once a year. Therefore, an ordinary building structure over 100 years of operation, well, will experience only a few hundred critical loading cycles. But in SkyWay, each wheel puts a load when it drives, and not just the wheel itself, but the whole machine with an interval of several seconds. Therefore, there will be millions of loading cycles a year. Welding will not be able to withstand such a cycle. It will get tired quickly, especially in the tension zone. Micro cracks will appear there, which then will grow bigger, causing the reduction in the welding strengths of more than 10 times. For example, welding can hold a static load of 5,000 kilograms per square centimeter. We have a welding of equal strength, but in order for it to withstand 100 million loading cycles, the stress range in it during the cycles should not be more than 250 kilograms per square centimeter, which is 20 times less than in statistics. That is the reason why I had to stop the construction process and redesign the overpass, replacing welding with high-strength bolts. Bolts work differently. They strongly compress the structure, and its strength is ensured not by welding, but by the friction forces in the compressed nodes, which do not change over time. In other words, the structure does not get tired, figuratively speaking. At the same time, the design and working strengths have completely changed, not only at the overpass itself, but also in other elements. Therefore, it was necessary to make changes to the running and anti-derailment systems of the rolling stock. We also had to stop the supply of steel structures and renegotiate contracts with other foreign suppliers and manufacturers. At the same time, the calculations of the load on the already built anchor supports increased by 200 tons, and we had to strengthen them, which we accomplished successfully. We now know how to upgrade and strengthen not only the string track structure, but also the anchor support. This is not someone's mistake, and there are no guilty ones, well, including myself. This is how technical progress takes place, and the perfection of any technologies, with SkyWay technologies being no exception, and whoever does not understand will be better off not doing business at all. He will inevitably lose the competition and go bankrupt. In this regard, it is important to note the following. It is very important for investors to learn the changes made did not lead to an increase in the cost of the structure. Moreover, it became not only more durable, but also more technologically feasible. The overpass can now be built in any weather, and welding, for example, cannot be done under the rain. At the same time, the prime cost became much lower at the same selling price, well, by about at least $1 million per square kilometer. This means that during the construction of a targeted project with a route length of, for example, 1,000 kilometers, the saved $1 billion can be used to pay dividends to our investors, and therefore I had an alternative. Option number one, back the last year to finish the 6th text line, enter the market with a poor version of our product, which will sooner or later would have become known, and then go bankrupt. Option number two, to shift for a year the construction of one of the demanded options for the implementation of cargo and passenger routes, SkyWay, which would allow us to earn additional billions of dollars in the near future. I naturally chose the second option. We do not need momentary penny earnings, but a stable, large business for centuries. We continued working on Unilight. This is our lightest track structure. It is easy to assemble since it will be completely manufactured at the plant. All we need to do is to bring it to the side, unwind it from the reel, pull it, lift it up, and the string rail track structure is ready. The track will be 1,125 meters long. All the supports have already been put in place. 2 anchor supports, 4 intermediate supports. One of them is a swivel support at an angle of about 20 degrees to work out turns without an anchor support. An 8-seater electric car on Unilight, also of the simplest design, such as self-propelled horizontal elevator car without any special bells and whistles, since the travel time is only about 2 minutes. Simplicity refers only to the cab of the car, but otherwise, Unilight is a full-fledged car with an automated control system. Effective, economical, environmentally friendly, safe, and very easy to use. This will be the first targeted project, as I promised.
Экономичный, экологичный, безопасный и очень простой в пользовании. Это будет первый адресный проект, как я и обещал, так как мне генеральный...
It was easy for me, the general designer of SkyWay, to convince the farmer Unitsky to build a pilot transport system on the territory of his farm, which is located next to EcoTechnoPark, to solve a simple task, to deliver fishermen from the parking lot to the lake and make the first in the world SkyWay tourist trail, which will run over the pond and canal through a picturesque forest. On this pilot route, without any penalties on the part of the farmer, it will be possible to eliminate the inevitable shortcomings and jams, make all the necessary improvements, certify the Unilight complex, and along with it, launch a serial production for the rather demanded tourist sector of cargo and passenger transportation. We are planning to start testing Unilight within the next 6 months. We have started the construction of the 7th test line in the EcoTechnoPark Mariiny Gorky, and the foundation of the first anchor support and the second anchor support are already being poured, and the foundations have already been poured, and we have already risen above the ground level. Question. Why do we need this? There are 3 significant reasons for this. The first reason, we are building test tracks in the Emirates in a tropical design for the Middle East market. In order to deliver a rolling stock to this region, it must, of course, pass factory tests and run a certain mileage, maybe 10, 20 or 50 kilometers. These are the requirements for any car, be it a car, tram or bus. Since the production of Unibus is located here in Minsk, then in Belarus each of our regular electric vehicles must be tested in live action, which requires a test track. Second reason, now we have the most orders for high-performance projects, both freight and passenger, for which capacious and accordingly heavy vehicles weighing about 50 tons, this is the weight of a heavy tank, are needed, which could carry 40-foot sea containers weighing up to 35 tons. Or take on board, made in the form of a small train, 250 passengers. Earlier, when we started working in Belarus in 2015, we were focused on lighter cars, which at that time seemed to be in higher demand on the market. Therefore, lighter tracks were built. By the way, they are much cheaper, which was an important argument 5 years ago when money for implementation was desperately lacking and we had to save on everything. But it was then that all the solutions implemented today were laid. Therefore, the test tracks built in Marina Gorka, these are number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4, will not withstand such a heavy load. And we have nowhere to test the heavy machines demanded by the market today. Here again, there is no one to blame. This is how any innovation grows and matures. I can probably be accused of short-sightedness. Maybe it is so. As you can see, the Wright brothers were also short-sighted. Instead of just building the Airbus A380 or Boeing 747, for some reason they built a flying wreck, whatnot, that lasted only a few seconds in the air and then fell. They didn't create aviation. They gave birth to it. Aviation was created later by William Boeing, who began to produce Boeing 747. Not immediately, but only 66 years after the first flight of the plane. We will demonstrate a fundamentally new rolling stock of a heavy class. This is already the next generation of rolling stock. In the spring of next year, less than 5 years after the first passage of Unibike, which, by the way, never fell during this time, did not seriously break down, although also has driven thousands of kilometers. The third reason, all constructed test tracks were designed in the logic of 2015, when, after a deliberate provocation by our unscrupulous competitors and scandal in Lithuania, I returned to my homeland, to Belarus, with the image of an ambiguous creator of an ambiguous product. It was very difficult to work. There was not enough funding. Design project and subdivisions of closed joint stock company SkyWay Technologies had just begun to form. They didn't want to go to work for us, including because of the tubs of dirt that the yellow press was pouring on us. In Belarus, in fact, no matter what they say, there is democracy and freedom of speech. Although there is also another freedom, freedom of lying with impunity, as is in our case. Again, I'm not complaining. I'm simply stating the facts that were and which could not be ignored. Of course, not everything was perfect on our part. Many of the best design solutions were found much later, when the design and engineering and scientific backbone was formed. There were, of course, mistakes, and thank God they were not fatal to SkyWay technology. During the design study, many experiments, research, tests, and certifications, new data and results were obtained that could not be obtained theoretically in 2015, when we began to build an EcoTechnoPark in an open field on a former tank training ground. And only in 2020, And thanks to the global business pause brought on the economy by coronavirus pandemic, I realized that many of the standards adopted earlier had to be changed to more optimal ones, including the track, not only in the suspended double rail transport where it is narrow, but also in the mounted double rail and quad rail complexes SkyWay. You don't need to think that I'm the only one so smart. The railway transport also went through this procedure as well. For example, in 1886, that is 41 years after the construction of the Stevenson Railway, the USA switched to a single track with a length of 21,000 kilometers. Before that, there were several types of railway roads and tracks, so the passenger changed an intermediate station and onto a train with a different track in order to go further and then change again at the next station. Such was then ill-conceived logistics. Then a colossal and costly work was done to alter the track on a network 2.5 times longer than the length of the Trans-Siberian Railway. So why change the SkyWay track in the future if we can do it now and without any problems, while not a single commercial line has been built? It should be noted that the Americans were still mistaken then. They chose not the most optimal track of all possible, the Stevenson track. There is an analysis. Economists have calculated that just because of this, the US economy has lost more than $1 trillion in more than 100 years. Tests, certification, and further development and improvement of new models of rolling stock will take place on the newly built tracks of EcoTechnoPark. These are tracks 6, 7, 8 in the northern version and on 2 test tracks under construction in the United Arab Emirates, only in a tropical version. We have designed and are now manufacturing 2 unique electric vehicles, a 25-seat passenger unibus capable of being assembled in a train for 200-250 passengers, and a Unicode cargo weighing more than 50 tons and carrying a capacity of 35 tons for the transportation of 400-foot sea containers. They have an automatic control system and can be produced in both tropical and northern versions. Calculation of their travel speed is 100 kilometers per hour. These and subsequent electric rail vehicles are significantly improved in comparison with the previous models of our cars. This is probably the next generation. They have an improved suspension, an improved anti-derailment system, and an automatic wheel turning system. It should be noted that this was done for the first time in rail transport. Wheel turning system. The existing rail transport, in contrast to the car, does not have wheel turning. This will allow each wheel to move in the center of the rail head. Not everyone knows, but the train travels along a sinusoid from impact to impact of the rail, alternating between the right and the left flange of the wheels. Tuk-tuk. This is how a train travels on any railroad. In the reporting year, we completed the implementation of the conveyor-type cargo line. A shelter from rain and snow was installed above the Unitrans working branch. At the loading terminal, the installation of an upgraded unloading device for Unitrack has been completed. This is a suspended cargo module. Now it is a complete cargo complex with all the necessary elements. This complex includes 2 main subsystems: Unitrans and Unitrack. This is a working example of a universal system with the possibility of modular packaging. Cargo transport SkyWay can be adapted to transport different types of cargo, including bulk. including bulk cargos. On the territory of a special design bureau with pilot production, a new workshop with innovative mechanical assembly section for rolling stock was put into operation. The new workshop is combined with an administrative and amenity complex with an area of about 1,200 square meters. It has a supporting girder crane and a warehouse with separate gates. The existing assembly site was moved here, and in its place, a new machining equipment, unique equipment, was placed. This site allowed, in the shortest possible time, to adapt production processes for small-scale production of metal structures, for SkyWay rolling stock and components for it to support infrastructure projects in the Middle East region, of course, primarily in the United Arab Emirates. For this, our production equipped with the most modern machine park of this configuration, probably the only one in Belarus, an enterprise with such machine building capabilities. Another important component of the work is constant monitoring of the rolling stock condition, transport infrastructure, and building structures. First of all, welding on all our test tracks. We also receive experimental data on rail wear, track evenness and deformability, noise during wheel travel, durability of protective and corrosion-resistant coatings, and a lot of other valuable information. Without this knowledge gained in the field and not at the table in the office, it is impossible to enter the market with a good product and take a worthy place there, because the SkyWay routes will also be built in the field, in the forest, in the desert, through swamps, and not in the office. We continue to build the SkyWay Innovation Center in Sharjah, and will soon complete its first phase with the commissioning of not only the first demonstration transport complex with a tropical version of suspended rail overpass, but also having all the necessary infrastructure, a station, a depot, an automated control system, engineering networks, electrical communications, water supply, and sewerage. Of course, all this was not easy to do in an open field, in a desert, although, of course, this is not just a desert. I want to talk about this separately. The Innovation Center is located in the Technology Park, which is part of the American University in Sharjah. The university was built in the desert by His Majesty Sheikh Sharjah, and now about 50,000 students study there, which is 2 times more higher, for example, than the number of students at the largest university in Belarus, the Belarusian State University. His Majesty is a scientist. He defended 2 doctoral dissertations, and it was he who, by his decision, allocated us 28 hectares of land in the best park of Technopark on its facade, so that, according to him, he could drive along the road and admire SkyWay. It was he who allowed us to build a wooden house, although the country's legislation, meaning the United Arab Emirates, prohibits such construction. For fire safety, a wooden wall outside and inside should be covered with a layer of concrete with a 30 centimeters thickness. Imagine, build a wooden house and then put on one side a layer of 30 centimeters concrete, and then on the other side a 30 centimeter layer of concrete. This place is also significant because back in 1998 UNESCO recognized this emirate as the cultural capital of the Arab world, and in 2015 Sharjah received the status of the capital of Arab tourism and the cultural pearl of Arabia. The SkyWay Innovation Center has already supplied all the supports for the cargo passenger track number 2 with a length of about 2.5 kilometers for testing, certification, and demonstration of cargo and passenger complexes for heavy rolling stock, which were already manufacturing in Minsk. A two-in-one complex will be built here, with the ride on top and the ride on the bottom. Therefore, the spans here are standard 48 meters long. We have already sent tropical Unicars to the SkyWay Sharjah Innovation Center almost a year ago. This model is specially designed for operation in hot climate, in the presence of aggressive sea salts, as well as sand and dust in the air. We have a problem with snow, and they have dust and sand. Unlike its predecessor, the car is equipped with a double set of main drives to increase the range, an improved cooling system, and a dual microclimate system for passengers, as well as a VIP interior. For testing individual components and assemblies, we built a special laboratory complex in Marina Gorka. There is now in full swing testing of various designs of our rails, wheels, current collection, well, naturally for wear, noise, durability. Some rooms there are reinforced with armor protection, since, for example, at a speed of over 500 kilometers per hour, when the test wheel is destroyed, fragments can fly up to several hundred meters. Similar cases have happened with motorists and railway drivers, and we want to avoid this. At the design stage, obviously. It's better to let the wheel fly apart during tests than on the track. This research is vital to us in order to overtake everyone and forever. At the end of October last year, in the SkyWay Innovation Center in Sharjah, as part of the first stage of SkyWay development and testing, commissioning works on the first track structure were carried out. This is a very important stage which marked a new chapter in the history of SkyWay. In order for the event to take place, more than a dozen people from Belarus, Minsk, have made every effort and did everything that was required to make my dream and the dreams of all our investors come true. I would like to express my gratitude to everyone who supported the company mentally, who was in touch 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, in order to quickly resolve issues that arose during work. We accepted the personal disposition of His Majesty Sheikh Sultan bin Muhammad Al Qasimi, member of the Supreme Union Council of the Arab Emirates, ruler of Sharjah. His visits to the SkyWay Innovation Center were covered by all major Arab media. His Majesty admired our track, the Unicar that ran along the track, and chased away the journalists. Get out of the way. Get out of the way, blocking the view of the moving handsome Unicar. I promised to take him on a ride by the end of 2020, and we are ready to do it now, as soon as such a request comes from His Majesty. Also in the Innovation Center, we have started the construction of another type of cargo passenger complex for heavy suspended rolling stock, already with large spans of 288 meters. This test site can actually be considered as the first stage in the implementation of a targeted project, namely a cargo project for the transportation of sea containers. The length of this route will be about 100 kilometers, with about 30 kilometers of the route going through the mountains. Like the cargo passenger track, it will be mounted on high-strength bolts and designed for a service life of 100 years. Along with a variety of solutions for creating a track structure, as I said earlier, we offer a wide range of rolling stock for solving a variety of transport problems. At the moment, our company has completely developed and executed directly in metal 12 fundamentally different innovative vehicles. Unicar, Unibus, Unitrack, Unitrans, Uniwind, etc. Each of them is not inferior in complexity to the plane. An overhead passenger unibus for 25 passengers and a unicorn for transporting sea containers up to 40 feet long and weighing up to 35 tons are being prepared for implementation at the end of this year. At the end of 2020, we will already have a whole line of rolling stock consisting of 14 models, with the latest 2 of them being in tropical version for targeted projects in the Middle East. Today, we can confidently talk about the complete autonomy of SkyWay rolling stock, equipped with dozens, if not hundreds of sensors, and excluding the human factor. The intelligent system can easily navigate in the surrounding space, adapting the route assignment as appropriate. It is only natural that this know-how was based on the main idea: passenger safety. The anti-derailment system and the second level of placement also increase the safety. We are moving against the background of the sky. None of the 2 components is present in automobile transport, thus making it the most dangerous human invention in the entire history of civilization. A car annually kills about 1.5 million people and injures more than 10 million, making them disabled and crippled. Multiply that by 100, and the numbers are terrifying. For 100 years, for centuries, cars can kill, including an electric car. It is also a car. A population of 15 countries like Belarus. And to make the population of 3 countries, such as the United States, disabled, these people can be saved, since the SkyWay safety can be made even higher than in modern aviation. It is also on the second level, where the accident rate is thousands of times less than in road transport. For many years, significantly fewer people have been killed in plane crashes, 200, 500 people annually. The technological growth of companies, which seems to have been spoken about a lot, is always accompanied by an increase in the number of highly qualified specialists. In this respect, SkyWay is no exception. The number of engineers employed on the project has already surpassed 1,000, and just a few years ago, I was the only employee. We have expanded our spatial capacity, as well as by acquiring into the ownership and accordingly ownership of all investors, a new office complex in the city of Minsk. Today, our employees are located on the 9th floors of a modern building with a total area of about 10,000 square meters. This contributes to the optimization of business processes, increases the level of productivity of the company, accelerates the pace of technology creation and practical implementation of sky transport. At the moment, SkyWay Technologies, company SkyWay Technology has, in addition to the headquarters itself, 1 more leased office. We also sold another office, which was no longer necessary, which gave us a significant profit. In total, over several years, we have saved about $1 million only on the competent use of office space. Despite the crisis in many ways, and thanks to it, we have actively optimized all production processes, as well as the processes and technologies for the development of design and construction documentation, reporting, accounting, and control. We moved away from paperwork, and the work of all divisions of the company was transferred to the electronic system, thus confirming our commitment to environmental standards. Constantly improving office work, our developers have managed to create fully automated workstations. We have reduced the cost of time and money with the help of digital modeling based on the 3D experience platform, in which both a designer and design engineer can prove themselves. And the SkyWay Computer Equipment Park, where we already have more than 1,000 computers, is highly developed, so that any new employee immediately gets the workplace equipped with the latest technology. Many people who have visited us say, from a similar engineering company, they say that we are no longer in the 21st, but in the 22nd century, meaning the equipment. But technical equipment is far from the main thing that is at our disposal today. To achieve our goals, the culture we create, engineering, design, and scientific schools are much more important. SkyWay is gaining and strengthening its position in the world as an alternative to traditional transport solutions, tram, metro, monorail. So the students of the Ural Federal University and the Nizhny Novgorod State University of Architecture and Civil Engineering for the third year in a row write their diplomas and master theses on topics related to the prospects of integration into the urban environment of transport and infrastructure complexes SkyWay. These works demonstrate a serious interest in the development of SkyWay transport technologies and support for new ideas on the part of young scientists, and also help to get better acquainted with the benefits of the introduction of innovations, primarily SkyWay. Recently, SkyWay Technology Company has completed the acceptance of graduate qualification works of students. In order to support young creative professionals and scientists, as well to increase interest in the project, we invited graduates of higher educational institutions to take part in the annual competition of graduate works for bachelor's, master's, and postgraduate studies that are performed on the topic of SkyWay transport and SkyWay technologies. The author of the most interesting work will be given the right to apply for a job in the engineering company SkyWay Technologies. Many of our employees improve their level of competence and knowledge and have become, for example, speakers on various topics at the Third International Conference on the Problems of Rocket-Free Space Industrialization, which was held in Marina Gorka on September 12 of this year. It must be remembered that SkyWay itself, a few decades ago, spun off from another string technology of a global planetary vehicle, capable, by the way, in one flight to launch 10 million passengers and 10 million tons of cargo in space. These two technological platforms for thousands and thousands of inventions have inspired and continue to inspire me and many other progressive people with their humanistic transformative potential, which is really capable of saving our civilization. Finally, to sum up my score, I would like to say a few words about our plans for the future. Starting with these plans, which in fact lead me through life. First, we plan to move the environmentally hazardous part of the industry, primarily energy, into near space by the middle of the 21st century. If this is not done, then our grandchildren will have no future, since our technogenic civilization will face the fate of mold in the petri dish. It is known that after eating limited resources and poisoning a limited space with the waste of its vital activity, mold inevitably dies. Secondly, we plan to create in the 21st century the Transnet network with a length of about 25 million kilometers of second-level roads, which are safer, more efficient, more environmentally friendly, more comfortable, and faster than the existing network of inefficient and environmentally hazardous highways and railways with a total length more than 60 million kilometers. The Transnet network is based on string technologies, and this is the business that I spoke about 6 years ago when I turned to future investors. We are creating the largest business in the entire history of civilization. But this is an extremely difficult task, and we will solve it if we take the right steps in this direction. We cannot repeat the mistakes of the Wright brothers. They invented the first plane. Their machine flew. They even patented this plane. But many years later, others did the business. In particular, William Boeing, who came to aviation from the woodworking business. While figuratively speaking, he was in the business of making stools and benches, And then he began to make a wooden plane. We are steadily moving towards this goal, thanks to the work carried out by SkyWay group of companies daily and hourly. And as early as next year, we must complete the construction of a test track in Belarus and the United Arab Emirates and conclude at least 3 contracts for freight and urban targeted projects. We will already have a tested and certified technology and in the form as the market demanded, including in-tropical performance. We intended to do a lot of this in 2020, but this year, force majeure circumstances have disrupted plans not only for our group of companies. We did not plan a coronavirus pandemic. As for the high-speed SkyWay systems, now at the final stage is approval for the allotment of a land plot in Belarus with a length of 21 kilometers. On a shorter length, it will be impossible to accelerate to a speed of 500 kilometers per hour in a regular way, drive several kilometers at this speed to test the normal operating mode, and then to slow down and brake. Several years ago, we were denied the allocation of this piece of land for fast-fetched reason. We feel sorry for the birds. Many of them will die allegedly, and valuable trees will be cut down, supposedly, when our route passes through the swamp. But after our success in the United Arab Emirates, Belarusian officials, I think, will grow wiser. Why should a country lose more than $100 million in investment? We are confident in our success. Our confidence only grows. We see with our own eyes how what seemed fantasy just yesterday becomes reality today. Today, we have already confirmed and practiced most of the advantages of stream transport. The development of technology continues, adopting the best that has been done before us, learning from other people's mistakes, and of course from our own mistakes. We create the safest, most economical and reliable transport system that has ever existed. SkyWay has already captured the minds of millions of people from all over the world with its transformative humanistic potential. We will not stop until our transportation systems pass through every country, every city, until they come to every house. We will not stop after that either. Scientific and technological progress is endless. SkyWay will become a real unifying force for all mankind, which has no future without unity. Therefore, our motto is, build SkyWay, save the planet.
Thank you so much, Mr. Unitsky, for such a detailed report. We learned about almost all the aspects of the activities to bring the advanced SkyWay technology to life. And by the way, about technology, allow me to present the new exhibit of the SkyWay Museum, a holographic stand which displays photographs and names of project investors who took full advantage of the investment offer Faces of the Future. Apart from the photographs and the names of the investors in the form of holograms, the stand also displays the country and the flag. And let me remind you that as of today, people from more than 200 countries of the world have invested in the SkyWay project, so the geography of our investors who have purchased the Faces of the Future package is expanding every day, and the stand is constantly updated with new names and photos of people who have invested in the project with a new proposal. And it is amazing to realize that in the future, these names and faces will be seen by many guests of EcoTechnoPark, scientists, politicians, investors, and SkyWay partners. And I hope that each of us will be able to see them personally at the next EcoFest. And let me remind you that if you want your own hologram to be presented in the SkyWay Museum, you need to join the program Faces of the Future. Let's take a look. Thank you all our investors to providing support. And you really deserve to be. But our financing is not the purpose, but just the means. And let's go back to why we are doing all of that. Why? And now the general, the main. Okay. So now we are going to the new Eco Park with comments about the work, how it was optimized over the recent period. So now our technical team is working out with some issues. Let's take a look at the presentation video.
Мы снова в прямом эфире. Был какой-то сбой, не было звука. Поэтому я...
Yeah, so we are on air again. We didn't have sound for a while, so this is our test line, and this is a unique line, one of a kind, because it's the construction that will be
на трассе 800 метров. Это не для тестирования и обкатки подвижного состава, который мы будем поставлять и в Объединенные Арабские Эмираты, и не только а и в другие страны. Поставить такую сложную технику, как, допустим, Unicar для перевозки контейнеров весом до 35 тонн, естественно, это машина.
Here, this kind of line is able to transport containers weighing about 35 tons, and so we are already mounting it here, as you can see, and it's quite compact, even though it's twice as big as other lines, but twice as wide, because we have to consider the machines that will be moving on it. We have to consider the machines that will be moving on it, and of course we take these loads into consideration, and we already have the projects. So the height is quite big here, so that the fleet could move, the car could move freely, and that it would be of no problem for the environment surrounding it, no harm. And so we will have tests with a with a 12-wheel car with a 12-wheel carriage and an engine that will be developed specifically, and we will make sure that our cargo train moves smoothly, not like trains on regular railroad, and
поэтому задача была это непростая, сделать такую систему подворота вот в таких малых углах. И мы это уже реализуем, и поэтому колесо будет...
So now we are already working at fulfilling our new tasks, our new technology, and
поэтому будет устойчивое движение колеса.
We will ensure that the wheels move smoothly because we have the special bearings and everything else that's needed. And
из-за того, что гребень касается, вот когда колесная пара движется по синусоиде, то один гребень наезжает на головку рельса, а потом другой гребень на головку рельса, и идет равномерный износ рельса, и приходится их потом шлифовать. Колеса шлифовать, потому что тоже они неравномерно изнашиваются, и рельсы вот железнодорожные долго не стоят. Ну, 10 лет, ну, максимум там 15-20.
While, as Mr. Unitsky just explained, while the regular railroad is a different mechanism, so the rails don't last very long and the wheels don't last very long, which which is the problem that will not exist here. And we expect our technology to work without wearing out for, say, 100 years. And what else can I say? I can say that we can take a look at other solutions that we have. For example, here we have the lines that were built one of the first, and here we have 200 meters and 400 meter lines, and we built this in 2016, part of it, and so we were able to
там в рельсе есть заливка, компаунд, что он даст нужную изоляцию, и рельс, ну, струна, канат высокопрочный будет, ну, стоять достаточно длительное время без коррозии. Но когда по прошествии 3 лет мы
when over 3 years we were able to analyze the corrosion, we took a look, and we saw that it could last for another 10 or 15 years. Because these rails were we decided anyway, even though the construction looked quite fine, we decided to perfect it, and even if it falls to the ground, nothing will happen to it.
Очистили, покрыли антикоррозионным составом, снова вставили в рельсы, залили уже другим компаундом.
We decided to use another compound. We used another compound because we saw that we had micro cracks.
Определенные связи поставили, и тогда уже влага туда не попадет.
So we made sure that it didn't happen and that no moist could get into those micro cracks. Even if it got in those, even if there was moist or water, it wouldn't get into in there and get and cause corrosion. And so we could continue our works. So now, here, when we put the road down to the ground, and we looked at it, and this structure here, of course, it bends when a carriage goes on it and hangs on it, so it bends, curves. And the radius changes when it approaches the saddle. And it must, the wheel must go on. Just asking the camera to show so that the explanation.
Я же важные вещи объясняю нашим инвесторам. Поэтому, когда транспортное средство едет, оно стало вот видите.
So here's how it looks when the carriage goes on it, and the line curves. So we need a transient curve.
Это минус, допустим, на выпуклую плюс. И эта переходная кривая должна пройти через бесконечность.
And this transient curve has to go through a straight line to a line that curves the other way. And we have an angling rod that performs this function. We had a saddle that and a hinge that that's made that was harder for the passengers. The moving of the vehicle wasn't so comfortable. So now it's smoother and softer. And at the same time, we maintain the speed and the support. The support is calculated for the speed and designed for the speed of 4 kilometers per hour here by the high speed. And what we are about to build and already developing is we will have, we design it for 150 kilometers per hour. And we will have the curves that we will be able to work into that construction. And it should be no less than 1,000 meters, and we will have those radios there. And it's very safe, as you can see with your own eyes.
Безусловно, многие достижения разработчиков инновационных.
Of course, the achievements of the developers became possible thanks to the intensive work of many people performing the financing of the project all over the world. And now we will look at another object of EcoTechnoPark. Hello, everyone, all the participants of our EcoFest 2020. Of course, it's a new format this year, but I'm convinced
Despite the fact that our EcoFest is held
each
in
one
an
of you
unusual
is
format online,
feeling that we are all united.
that each of you feels the power of
I'm very
unity
happy
of
that
all supporters of SkyWay team. Personally, I'm very happy that I supported the technology back in 2014 when the project was only on paper and with a long history of attempts to implement
we started, and
but
now
thanks to the efforts of each of you, that
each and
SkyWay
every one of you
technology
have
has reached the
what,
level at
we
which
have
it is
today,
now.
and
We have shown the whole world in this relatively long and at the same time
we can
short
look back
6
at
years
those
that
quite
people united by one goal, one mission, same resources can really create something incredible. And SkyWay technology is a vivid confirmation of this. We already know that the rolling stock of SkyWay technology have been certified. The track structures have also been certified. Now SkyWay technology is rapidly developing in the Middle East. All of this, dear friends, is really thanks to the efforts of each of us. Our journey to SkyWay, to me personally, is somewhat reminiscent of a situation when the head of the family gets in the car with the goal of taking all of his family somewhere to an unforgettable, beautiful vacation. And now the long-awaited moment is here when the whole family gets into the car, the father turns on the navigator and clearly understands that he'll need to spend a certain amount of time to get to the destination. But when he goes on a journey, he's faced with external circumstances that slow down the travel process a little. Somewhere along the way, he gets into a traffic jam, drives around the city. In some places, the weather begins to change, the car slows down. The children may panic a little. They already see how they will rest and enjoy the beautiful vacation. But the father, he sees a little wider. He sees a big picture. After all, he's behind the wheel, and the view that he has, he sees all obstacles. He sees where he can accelerate, where he needs to slow down, but he knows for sure that he will arrive at his destination. On our way, there are, and there will be obstacles that can accelerate or slow down a little the development process. But we, friends, clearly believe, I'm deeply convinced, that each of you sincerely believes and trusts our guide, which has already shown in this short time, 6 years, that the words do not diverge from the reality, from our actions. Everything that is declared everything that has been declared has been carried out. And I would like to separately express my biggest gratitude for the openness of the SkyWay team and group of companies. I would like to wish every investor and supporter of SkyWay technology, first of all, faith in the project, awareness and responsibility for the business that we all have taken on together. I sincerely wish great success to Anatoly Eduardovich Unitsky.
I'm investing in SkyWay since 2017. When I saw the idea of Mr. Anatoly Unitsky on the internet for the first time, I was really impressed. I was looking to his vision, his idea, and his contribution to our planet. In 2018 and also in 2019, I joined the EcoFest. It was a great day, great experience. I will never forget it. I was able to ride a unibus. I made a lot of pictures at the day and also met Mr. Unitsky in person. When I came home, I was looking back to my pictures and I was missing something. What was I missing? I was missing a possibility to create a visualization in my own country with a SkyWay model in the frame of the picture. In the beginning of 2019, I saw a video about Adva Hunter. When I was looking to the video and the description of augmented reality, I was overwhelmed. I saw a possibility. In that period, I was not familiar with augmented reality. I didn't know about it, and I also didn't know how powerful augmented reality can be in our daily lives. I started using the application and made a lot of pictures. I went to busy places with a lot of traffic, jams, a lot of crowded places with a lot of people, and also quiet places in the nature. I made pictures by day and by night. Every time when I made a picture, I saw the benefits of the SkyWay string technology. I saw the possibility what SkyWay can bring us. I was able to show people a picture with a SkyWay model in the Netherlands, in my own country, what it can look like. What are the benefits of the SkyWay string technology? A cleaner and healthier way to travel from A to B. Less smoke in the air, less pollution, less traffic jams, more space for nature and also the animals. Through augmented reality we can give ourselves a little glimpse of the near future, how SkyWay will look like. But more important, what SkyWay will bring our planet and give our planet back. I do hope that you became even more excited about Adva Hunter or the technology of augmented reality as I am. From my side, from this point, I really like to thank you for your time. I wish you all a very great day and enjoy the rest of the EcoFest. Hopefully, we will see each other soon.
Hopefully, we will see each other soon. Take care. Hello, dear friends. The old town of Vilnius is behind me. This is the capital of Lithuania, a beautiful city in which I grew up, and as a child I loved to count cars on the roads. But together with me, the number of cars has grown so much that they can no longer be counted. My name is Jolanta. I live in Lithuania. It is a small country in the very geographic center of Europe. However, we do not have very many residents. The number does not even reach 3 million. But now we already have almost 2 million vehicles. Naturally, we have many transport problems now. First of all, these are traffic jams. Other important problems are accidents, air pollution, and noise. And also speaking about the preservation of the environment, nature, which is also very beautiful and unique in our country. In Lithuania, we have a truly exceptional creation of nature and man in the Baltic Sea, the Kurskaya Kosa, which is included in the UNESCO World Heritage List. This is where the transport issue requires a lot of environmental attention. Safety and ecology are the most critical moments, but there are many other urgent tasks that now need to be addressed. Therefore, the concept of SkyWay, elevated transport system, is exactly what can make a difference, because this transport is environmentally friendly, safe, and easily integrated into existing transport systems. I'm very glad that more and more people appear in Lithuania who share this point of view and share information. I'm very grateful to the creators of the reality field program Advahanta, which helps us to show, visualize this transport on our streets, and so that people themselves can practically understand it. And I just wish the spectators of EcoFest not only consciously direct their thoughts to improve our lives, but also I wish them take practical steps along this path. This world is being changed by madmen, dreamers. You and I are very lucky to be here. It is those who have enough madness to believe that they are able to change this world. They change it. Anatoly Eduardovich Unitsky, a man whose dream has become the dream of millions of people on planet Earth. I would like to remember how many began their journey to SkyWay. We are creating the largest business in the history of civilization. A fundamentally new transport industry is needed by everyone, humanity, every country, every city, every family, and every person. A lot has changed. The tools and strategy in marketing today are not what they were in the beginning. The SkyWay company itself is completely different and occupies a completely different place in the world market. But even the best companies need investment and care if they want to stay relevant and viable. Therefore, we are here. We believe that passionate people can change this world for the better. For this, a breakthrough creative business tool with augmented reality, Advahanta, has been created and is available to everyone. Every day you will learn more about this, and it is better to join today. In conclusion, I would like to quote again the words from the address of Anatoly Eduardovich Unitsky. Let's build together our worthy future, which will not be ashamed to pass to our children and grandchildren. Breakthrough. Greetings, dear friends, dear partners, dear investors and supporters of SkyWay technology. My name is Sergey Ustinov. I am the head of the board of directors and employees of Ukraine. I have been familiar with SkyWay technology since 2014. I'm glad to meet you, and I'm delighted with how the company has developed over these 6 years. Since 2017, we, together with Isyp Maxim, head of the investment platform RSW-systems have been actively promoting technologies on a global scale, and I would like to talk about the events that happened in 2020. In January 2020, we presented the project at the international level in the capital of the United Arab Emirates in the city of Abu Dhabi, at the General Assembly of Renewable Energy Sources, Irina, where leading innovation and investment projects were presented that contribute to the preservation and development of technology and economy. Also in January 2020, we presented the technology at the World Economic Forum in Davos. I was at the 50th anniversary forum, attended by over 100 billionaires, presidents of the world's leading companies and corporations. SkyWay was presented at the Davos City Hall with the participation of the mayor of Davos as leading innovative solution for the global economy. The economic forum was also attended by over 100 billionaires, top politicians, top officials of the world. And now I have the hottest news for you. Literally, 2 days ago, SkyWay, together with the Association of Investors and Employees of Ukraine, was presented at the European Week of Regions and Cities. This is the 18th event, a key one for the European Union, where the formation and development concept of the European Union until 2027 under the Green Deal is underway, and where the best investment, innovation and environmental projects for the development of the European Union are presented. Leading politicians, presidents, ministers, city mayors, and heads of the largest investment companies and investment funds learned about SkyWay. On my own behalf, from me personally, I would like to congratulate Anatoly Eduardovich Unitsky, all employees, supporters of SkyWay, wish wisdom, faith, patience, build SkyWay, save the planet.
Спасибо нашим инвесторам. А теперь нас ждет прямое включение из EcoTechnoPark.
Thank you, and now we will look at Mr. Unitsky presenting some of the technologies, some of the SkyWay technologies.
Что мы в эфире? Работаем. Мы находимся сейчас у грузовой трассы.
So now we are at the loading line,
Она тоже, это была первая грузовая система построена нами.
which was the first system
Она тоже в своем роде уникальная.
of this kind, and
Транспортная система грузовых.
it actually has two systems, hanging system where the Unicar can move, because here, let's look, so we can move in one branch on one line, and this construction, it has small vehicles going on it, but it actually has the capability of taking much bigger ones. And we also have a line for separate vehicles, another line here. And someone told me it's like a conveyor, but this is not a conveyor indeed. It's, you can show. So here, if you see, like here on this so-called conveyor line, the system will need to be able to load and unload, because this is what logistics suffers from the most, unloading and loading. Because, for example, you can have your cargo waiting for hours or more than a day to be unloaded. So we want to to simplify that process considerably. So it unloads as it goes without stopping this so-called conveyor line, and it will just continue. It will be a continuous line. And also, how else is it different from a usual ordinary conveyor? What the line So normally the line is made of rubber. It's moving on metal metal bearings, metal rollers, and it keeps jumping every second. And while, for example, coal reaches where it should be loaded, it breaks apart. Its quality. The product, the conveyor basically ruins the quality of the product which is to be transported. It's like you put the coal into a bag and just hit the bag at the ground and it falls apart, instead of just carrying it very carefully. And it's easier this way because in our case it's easier because the load is not going to be damaged. Nothing is working to ruin the product. So our approach to transporting cargo is a completely different cargo the load to load is a completely different than a conveyor. So we have
высокий контактное напряжение, и канат быстро изнашивается, кольцо быстро изнашивается. Такие недолгие вещи. Там надо где-то...
Again, unlike the traditional technology where all of its parts are easily wear very easily and quickly because of the factors that affect them, and everything needs to be repaired and maintained very often, and but we don't have high voltage, which is one of the factors that affects the wearing of the parts. Not unlike the regular railway,
Вот такое простое решение, ну как грабли, наверное. Ну, посмотрите, ну что система? Это кузов непрерывный, ось с подшипниками и колеса. Три элемента.
So we have three elements that are durable, that are reliable, and the system that can be produced the system that can help transport tons and tons of loads, millions of tons per year without wearing and ruining the product. And here we should look at, for example, the Trans-Siberian Railway. We will have a cheaper, the system that will be cheaper in transportation will be cheaper, more affordable. And our construction will be much more affordable, much cheaper than regular railway due to the solutions?
Глобальный проект – это широкая география.
Global projects mean wide geography, and while the creators of the technology are getting to the next object, let's listen to the representatives of an investment fund.
I'm glad to welcome all viewers of the EcoFest 2020 online broadcast. Despite the unusual format, I'm sure that we are able to appreciate the development of SkyWay. To begin with, I want to thank Anatoly Eduardovich Unitsky for the annual review of the main achievements of the project and the most important plans for the next year: production growth, development in the United Arab Emirates, improvement of technologies. Over the past year, our team has worked hard to help you realize these achievements. I am absolutely sure that by our joint efforts, we will be able to prepare the first targeted projects for implementation next year. For my part, I want to say that this year, we at SkyWorld community have also achieved significant results that help more and more people learn about SkyWay and participate in the project. So this year, the number of partners of our company has reached 52,000 people. These are people who do not only support SkyWay, but also decided to share their knowledge about the project in order to attract new investors to create a safe and reliable future. We have created a separate section in your personal account, especially for training partners. To make it easier for project participants to track their investments for SkyWay news, we have developed and released the SkyWorld Community mobile application. More than 6,000 people installed it in the first months of operation. I would like to note the new investment offer, Faces of the Future, which allows an investor to receive a hologram at the SkyWay test center in Belarus. Today, when we are at the final stages of the development of the project, such an offer makes it possible to literally enter the history of the development of stream technologies and get a high discount. Despite the consequences of the coronavirus around the world, this year we were able to adapt as quickly as possible to telecommuting with investors and partners. We have hosted over 5,000 hours of live streaming, webinars, and consultations. We did everything in our power so that SkyWay could overcome these difficult times. Like SkyWay developers, we worked actively every day to help implement the achievements that you see today. Sharjah testing center, technology upgrades, targeted projects, all this inspires us and helps us maintain and increase the pace of work. This year, we were not able to meet with you personally at the EcoFest in Marina Gorka, but this does not mean that we cannot share the mood of EcoFest with each other. Especially for this, we have prepared a small surprise, an Instagram mask, with the help of which anyone from anywhere in the world can take a photo or record a video against the background of EcoTechnoPark. I suggest watching a short video on how it works. Thank you again, Anatoly Eduardovich, for your presentation and for the opportunity to address 2,000 of SkyWay investors. I congratulate all the project participants on the results we have achieved this year. This became possible thanks to each of you. Thank you. In conclusion, I would like to give the floor to our partners. Let me remind you that there are SkyWay investors in more than 200 countries of the world, from Portugal to Japan, from Sweden to Argentina. People support the technology of stream transport, and I invite you to listen to their words about why they do it. Hi, SkyWay. EcoFest 2020. We are from Kyrgyzstan, Bishkek. We stand for environmental friendliness, efficiency, and safety of transport. SkyWay, hooray! Hooray! Hello, my name is Michael, and I'm from Estonia, the city of Tartu. Transport problems today are something we constantly face, including traffic jams on main roads. Technology, SkyWay technology, can solve these problems in many ways. First of all, the transport system itself looks very impressive. And you can observe the views of the city when you ride in the second-level transport. And there is no traffic jams in the presence of such transport. We believe in SkyWay, and we believe transport will fit very well on this custom. Why am I in SWC project? Because since 2014, when I found out about this, it became possible for me to influence the ecology of our planet. It is impossible to resolve this issue alone. After all, we all live on the same planet, and Almaty, like any other metropolis on planet Earth, suffocates from exhaust gases. The transport problem is very critical. Hello, everyone. My name is Christian, the ambassador of SkyWorld community. The city of Antwerp is a very pleasant place to live. But there are a lot of cars, a lot of transport delays, because we have only one transport solution and only from one company, SkyWay. And this solution is the only one for everyone in the world. When we build SkyWay together, we make the world a better place. And that is why SkyWorld community works together with SkyWay, so that together we can create something completely new and grandiose, which the world has never seen since the beginning of time. Behind my back, as you can see, is a daily traffic jam typical for our streets, especially in such large cities as Hanoi. On this street, every day we encounter traffic congestion due to the increase in the number of individual vehicles. This is a situation not only in Vietnam, but throughout the world. Transport problems such as traffic jams, pollution, road accidents are getting worse and worse. This is why we, in Vietnam and elsewhere, are looking for the best solutions to our current transportation problems. There were numerous attempts, but they all proved to be ineffective, since the situation does not change. People still suffer in rush hour traffic, as you can see. And now, if we do not take the right and optimal measures, the situation will only get worse in the next 3 years, 5 years, etc. There will be more traffic jams, the environment will be more polluted, the number of accidents will increase. And so today, I want to show you a great transport solution. This technology is being evaluated by many countries and experts in the transport industry. This is SkyWay. SkyWay is the most optimal transport solution since vehicles move on the second level. Such a solution can save us from traffic jams, environmental pollution, and road accidents. Within the framework of our planet, within the framework of our civilization, people have significantly influenced and continue to influence the life of our planet. If we break a law, such as the law of gravity, then consequences are inevitable. We do not know how to create predators, fauna, or flora. Only nature can create this. How SkyWay can solve problems in the city. SkyWay can solve our problems, so now we're preparing to build roads. These roads will help us resolve the issue. Our main problem is that the Varta River divides our city into two parts. I would like to see the possibility of building a SkyWay route which connects parts of the city to each other in the near future. I would also like to extend this route to a network of lakes located 20 kilometers from the city. This network is the second largest in Poland. I would like to emphasize that SkyWay is a technology that solves transport problems, not only local, but also global. Therefore, I want us to work together which we invest in the development of SkyWay and SkyWorld community to help the introduction of street transport around the world. What transport do the residents of my city face? I live in the beautiful tourist ski town of Kudryashov. The biggest problems in winter, although also in summer, are huge traffic jams and the lack of parking spaces. Nigeria. Hi everyone, I am from Lagos, Nigeria. As well as we all know, Lagos is a densely populated city in Nigeria. And we have all known the transport problems. But bad roads and accidents. SkyWay can significantly improve the transport situation throughout Nigeria. I express my gratitude to Anatoly Unitsky for the creation of innovative technology of the 21st century. I am proud that I participate in the SkyWay project, that I participate in financing the project, in saving the planet and humanity all over the world. We love SkyWay very much. I want to personally help to save, to help other people, to help children, and save the planet. Not only I. All of us, all people on the planet. We need SkyWay. We need to build SkyWay not only in Vietnam, but throughout the world. SkyWay can solve our problems in the city. SkyWay can solve our problems. And it can help. Our city is divided in two parts. I would like to see the possibility of building a SkyWay route that will connect parts of the city to each other in the near future. I would also like to extend this route to a network of lakes located 20 kilometers from the city. This network is the second largest in Poland. I would like to emphasize that SkyWay is a technology that solves transport problems, not only local, but also global. Therefore, I want us to work together, which we invest in the development of SkyWay and SkyWorld community. We help the introduction of street transport around the world. What transport problems do the residents of my city face? I live in the beautiful tourist city, tourist town, Kudryashov. The biggest problem in winter, although also in summer, are huge traffic jams and lack of parking spaces, which makes life very difficult for us. I was born in Konin, which is located more than 500 kilometers from Kudryashov. High-speed transport would reduce the time spent on many hours of travel to my family and friends. I'm sure that SkyWay will help us get rid of this problem. The urban transport system will make traffic smooth and solve the parking issue. And high-speed transport will give us the opportunity to visit our relatives and friends more often. Hi, everyone. I'm Laura van den Wijver. I'm reporting from Lagos, Nigeria. As we all know, Lagos is a densely populated city in Nigeria. And we have all the known transport problems. Traffic jams, traffic delays, bad roads, and accidents. SkyWay can significantly improve the transport situation throughout Nigeria. I express my gratitude to Anatoly Unitsky for the creation of innovative technology of the 21st century. I'm proud that I participate in the SkyWay project, that I participate in financing the project, in saving the planet and humanity all over the world. We love SkyWay very much. We are now not only sponsoring the project, but we are supporting SkyWay and Mr. Anatoly Unitsky, so that SkyWay appears faster in Vietnam. But not only in Vietnam, but throughout the world. Thousands, millions of kilometers of routes, thousands of projects will be built all over the world. And we as SWC partners are doing our best to ensure that as many people as possible learn about the possibility of saving the planet and creating a new type of transport. And now about the SkyWorld community. This company has done so much for us so that we can share this information with all the people living here. Because at least people that we can reach ourselves, because also the way we help solve the problems that arise in this city by sharing information about the project with as many people as possible. And to all the spectators of EcoFest 2020, I wish you to continue to be positive and happy about our project. Believe in it, doing as much as possible about SkyWay technology and share this information with as many people as possible. Because together we can do what the world has never done before. Build this amazing second-level stream transport system of the cities around the world. Thank you very much. I'm Michael from Estonia, and I speak on behalf of all Estonians and investors as well. Thank you. To celebrate EcoFest 2020, I appeal to all partners, all leaders, all experts. We should all work together to see how SkyWay is established in the world, because it is in transport technology of the 21st century. This is a solution that will help eradicate poverty, road accidents, traffic congestions, air pollution. We want an ecologically clean environment, so we must build SkyWay and make this project happen all over the world. Build SkyWay, save the planet, enjoy your EcoFest.
We thank the investors for their speeches, their presentations. And now we return to Mr. Unitsky, who is now at the Unicar point to see
Так, мы находимся на станции, такой полевой станции.
We are at the harness station. So we were so these are the lines. I'm offering you to take a ride with me and just to get a feel of it, the noises and so on, all the impressions. Because it has been modernized, the line has been modernized. Let's see how much better it has become. So now I'm a passenger here. This line is unique, just like every and each one of our lines. And the rail here, together with the string, will sag, bend, and so the line is flexible, and so each meter, the weight of each meter it can take is about takes the weight so that we can actually have a two-line road here. And the price will be very favorable. And now we are passing the second anchor anchor support of the 7th line. And now we are moving at the speed of 30 kilometers per hour, and we passed the support, not changing the speed. And it's quite comfortable. And the angle is, we bend it at an angle, we leaned at an angle of, leaned at an angle of 14%, which is actually as we can have all sorts of angles because we are up there. We don't have to. We can raise our support as we find necessary. And for example, if you get on at a station, of course the support would be at a smaller angle because of how the road is, and if we have a hinge of a smaller radius, that would, well, actually, everything that we need to have a comfortable transportation, we are designing. Just having comfort is our priority, passenger comfort. And we are talking about roads that take 20 or 30 kilometers per hour is one kind of roads, and over 100 and so on kilometers per hour is totally different. And we go on, and it's every time it will be a different, technically different, very different characteristics for all those different kinds of roads with different technical specifications. All of these systems are string systems. So the string is the bearing element, and it can take, in general, 150 tons, and the car is average weighs about 6 tons on average. So if we have the same type of roads for a different kind of car, we need to have a bigger tension. We will be trying a heavier vehicle, and of course safety is another concern, and that it doesn't break as it moves at its speed. So now I get off. So now let's go to the direction here. So we are, so here's 15-meter radius for turning, making a turn. Here it's not big. This radius has to be passed at a smaller speed just because it's small. And then acceleration. So if we want to move at higher speeds, we will need a bigger radius for turning.
представляем вашему вниманию хронику строительства и развертывания.
Now we would like to show you
Наслаждайтесь просмотром и воспоминаниями.
how the construction looked. So enjoy.
А теперь очередное включение прямой трансляции с комментариями Анатолия Эдуардовича из EcoTechnoPark.
So we go back to Technopark.
Мы находимся, я подошел к истории создания SkyWay и истории транспорта.
We are talking now about the history of SkyWay and history of transport.
Потом из брусчатки.
So here, as you can see, how the road looks, we finally get to pavement, and then we get to SkyWay. So this is our 0 kilometer, 0 mile. And we have here the map of the Earth. And
рассчитано на миллиард потираний, так что почти 7-я часть населения планеты Земля может приехать сюда и потереть на счастье.
And it's like our tourist attraction. If you come here, you can touch it, and maybe you will have good luck if you touch the frame of our 0 kilometer installation. And like I'm very lucky. I'm quite advanced in years, but I'm in good health because I have this talisman. And so here we have the map of Belarus. And it shows all the regions of Belarus here. And so EcoTechnoPark is in the Belarusian territory.
Вот такую часть территории, в данном
случае
Беларуси, отняли дороги. Посмотрите, какую часть.
A huge part of our territory is taken by roads.
Ничто не растет, там асфальт.
Roads are where nothing grows.
SkyWay можно будет вернуть землепользователю.
But we can free this land if we build SkyWay.
Ферменной конструкции.
This construction here that has been reconstructed, and we are testing the so-called mules. Mules are the carts.
Не сделаны в машине, а просто салон или там грузовой бункер смоделирован просто весовой нагрузкой.
These are just test vehicles. So it's open because we want to see what happens inside. And it has, we also want to see how the wheels work, how they're turning. So we look at how the system functions, how it performs. Sometimes we are told, oh, but this is not complicated at all. Oh, it's like a coffee grinder or something. And it should be simple. But this is more complex than an airplane, actually. It accumulates enough energy and cooling systems. For example, if you have a 60 degrees Celsius heat, it will open it. It has a lot of complex elements that we don't see in regular railway car constructions.
По плоскости, а не конус по цилиндру. И поэтому у нас контакт напряжения в разы меньше.
We have less
voltage involved, a smaller, lower voltage, contact voltage involved, and
в линии опирания, они одинаковые, нет проскальзывания колеса относительно рельса. То есть идет плавное качение.
We don't have the problems the wheels on the regular rail encounter when they slip.
Ну, а сверху тоже стоит мул. Это там
and we have that mule on top,
работу высокоскоростного модуля. Ну, на скоростях, конечно, потому что трасса короткая, нам, к сожалению, дали землю, и мы не можем продлить ее на 20 километров.
Oh, unfortunately, we cannot extend our road here by 20 more kilometers.
На ресурсы, на качение колеса, и на малых скоростях, там, на шумы, на износы, можно делать и на малых скоростях.
We work with smaller speeds, with lower speeds, testing all of the parameters. And now the weight, for example, that would normally be in a vehicle like this, we modeled using bags of sand. We modernized this construction. We checked how it works, we tested it. We needed to understand how durable it will be. And we actually found out that having butt junctions is not very good, for example, and so a seamless construction is, of course, because we had those, we had the butt junctions every 12 meters or so.
Как длина дороги, и поэтому приклеили с соответствующим клеевым составом.
So we used strips along the whole road using a special adhesive.
Где на всем протяжении нет сварных швов, и поэтому
and so now it's all seamless. The entire road is seamless. You don't have butt junctions.
Постоянно испытывать, и подвижный состав все время должен модифицироваться, улучшаться.
And we constantly test and perfect our vehicles as well, improving them. For example, we had a group from Tokyo, Japan, a couple years ago, and they were filming it here, a filming crew, and I was like, why did you come here? Why in such a cold weather? And they said, we came for inspiration.
Поэтому мы делаем транспорт, который, станет лидирующим в 21 веке на планете Земля.
We create the transport, the leading transport of 21st century.
25 миллионов километров струнных дорог на планете, в том числе.
We're talking about 25 million kilometers of string roads on the planet. And these projects I have described in my scientific monography. For example, we plan to build a road between London and New York. That will not be in any way affecting, will be completely safe. It will not be affecting the ships. And so these string lines will be everywhere, all over the planet. We will put them on support over water, even if it's deep, we will have technology. It is much more cost efficient than the other ways, and
они, в общем-то, где-то у нас, но, правда, без ссылок, да, на нас и на меня. Но мы продвинулись, естественно, в разработке систем дальше, и поэтому мы тоже...
We are continuing developing our systems. Of course, that requires financing. We have our, we perform our tests, and of course, we need like a 60-kilometer, for example, road for certain tests, because we also want to test on the relevant speeds. But here we cannot go faster than about, let's say, 60 kilometers per hour, just to see, to test how the system is working. Let's go to the light railway system.
Дорогие друзья, предлагаемое вашему вниманию видео, которое позволит вам ознакомиться с некоторыми видами транспорта SkyWay, которые в данный момент испытываются, более полным, разрешите рассказать вам о них. Unibike — это монорельсовый пассажирский транспорт.
This is a Unibike, a monorail passenger transport that can go up to 150 kilometers per hour.
Перевозить 720 пассажиров в час в двух направлениях.
And it can take 720 passengers per hour, both directions.
До 3500 пассажиров.
But we plan 350 passengers in the future.
Для эксплуатации на городских и пригородных маршрутах.
And that is used for in the cities and intercity, for excursions, tourism, local transport lines. And Unibike can be optimized for the particular location.
Uniwind — транспортное средство малой вместимости, обладающее аналогичными характеристиками
Uniwind is a small transport
типа путевой структуры, или суперлегкой рельсострунной эстакаде.
Is a super light string construction.
С использованием данного типа машин — обеспечение транспортного сообщения на маршрутах с небольшим пассажиропотоком в малонаселенных
So these machines are envisioned for
регионах с тяжелыми климатическими
not so many passengers as in the previous case. So depending on the infrastructure, the needs of the infrastructure. So city transport is of course used inside the city. So this unique monorail road 150 kilometers per hour, able to bring 1,500 passengers both ways per hour. We plan 7,000 passengers per hour. We have modules that are joined together, and we use as many as needed, as required. So that will be used in the city and the suburbs. Another one is another monorail transport that can take 25 passengers per time. 7 unibuses we can have united in 7 unibuses or joined together, pardon.
Для обеспечения пассажиропотока в 12 тысяч пассажиров в двух направлениях в час.
And that would be for 12,000 passengers per hour both ways. and even more.
Грузовой транспорт SkyWay может использоваться для перевозки
Cargo
самых
SkyWay
разнообразных видов груза, морских контейнеров,
can be used for all sorts of
грузы
cargo
навалом, насыпных и наливных. Unitrack
and
способен
all sorts of
перевезти
loading.
до 100 миллионов тонн грузов в год со скоростью 150 км в час.
About 100 million tons of cargo per year.
Предназначено для сыпучих, жидких, опасных, скоропортных,
It can be liquids, dangerous, loose, and other kinds of cargo. Unitruck will unload it.
Используется для эксплуатации в индустриальных объектах. В составе
So this is industrial for industrial objects
полезных ископаемых, а также на городских и
and development sites and
Unicorn
also
может
in
обеспечить
cities.
транспортировку 5 миллионов 20-футовых эквивалентов в год со скоростью 120 км в час с преодолением 5% уклонов.
120 kilometers per hour.
Предназначенное для перевозки морских
This is
контейнеров
used
номинальной длиной 20 и
for
40
sea
футов.
containers, for transporting
Представляет
sea
собой два тяговых
containers.
модуля, сочлененных между собой
It has
телескопическим
two
сцепным
pulling
устройством
modules
портового типа.
that are interconnected with a
В составе
special
простых
device
инфраструктурных
module.
комплексов используется для эксплуатации на индустриальных объектах в составе инфраструктуры
This is used in industrial objects
ископаемых, а также
in
на
development
городских и
sites
пригородных маршрутах.
and in cities and suburbs as well.
Междугородных и межрегиональных перемещений.
And here is an intercity
Минибус
and international
U362 – это
transport,
высокоскоростное транспортное средство, позволяющее
high
осуществлять
speed,
перевозку пассажиров на скоростях до 500 км в час по ферменным
allowing to bring passengers at about 500 kilometers per hour.
приводом, питающимся от контактной сети либо от бортового накопителя энергии. В составе
The battery might either be located on board, or there's also an option from the contacts, electricity.
местами для сидения с интегрированной мультимедийной системой. Кузов оборудован.
And the car has 6 seats for the passengers and also a luggage compartment.
Познакомим вас с выдающимися техническими характеристиками подвижного состава SkyWay. Хотим также представить уникальный дрон.
SkyWay has very advanced characteristics, and here and also the highest
летательный аппарат способен автономно выполнять задания длительностью до 120 минут.
Machine that can fly autonomously for about 150 minutes.
которая более эффективна, чем мультикоптер.
It's helicopter construction, as you can see.
Способность перевозить грузы весом до 7 килограмм в течение 72 минут.
It can take
контрольное и иное оборудование.
Cargo and also has measuring equipment, carries measuring equipment. It can make sure that the SkyWay lines are working properly. So it helps in that. Our technology is not standing still. It continues to develop. Next live presentation will be, as you will see now, there's some new, some innovations.
Мы подошли к строящейся линии, самой легкой Unilight.
This line is the lightest line of all. It's under construction.
Я нахожусь сейчас у анкерной опоры.
I am by the anchor support now.
Я и заказчик, как фермер,
and in this case,
исполнитель, генеральный конструктор заводской технологии.
I'm the one who created it, constructed it, but I'm also the client in a way. So, and nobody is worried about how will it be, will it fall, will it break. So that's what usually the client asks. So this is the most cost-efficient option. It is the easiest, the quickest to build. And this is for fishermen who park their cars, then they are transported by this line to where they fish. And as they go, they will have a good view of the area of nature. And so we have these anchor supports. So the line goes and turns. And as the people ride in this vehicle on this line, they can enjoy the sights. And here we have a very good fishing site where you can get trout, you can get, well, actually in Belarus, it's one of the best places. So, our infrastructure, the roads that we already have, what we do, what we make doesn't interfere with what was happening before. For example, here nature will not be affected, and as the trees are growing, they will continue to grow. The line is light and can carry 6 passengers. The vehicle is light, so the string is the string is also we have a matching string, tension for a light and cost-efficient way. But it's also very effective because it allows to save, and carrying a lot of passengers, like up to 10,000 passengers per hour. So, and with cargo, maybe hundreds of tons per hour. It can also be connected to railroads, to regular railroads. And for example, can also take people to airport. So it's a very promising direction.
Мы не покажем первый адресный проект, пока тоже заказчик не прокатится, то вряд ли будет заказ.
But of course, until we have something to show, until our clients can come, our potential clients can come and take a ride, they won't buy it. So this is the first project like this.
Предлагаю пойти дальше и уже зайти, наверное, в гостевой дом, откуда мы, собственно, репортажи ведем.
So let's go and see our guest house where we actually broadcast from.
Наших слушателей, наших
because there are questions,
уже тоже в прямом эфире.
And I will answer them live.
Наш EcoFest по сложившейся традиции проходит на
As tradition has it, our EcoFest takes place in the homeland of the general designer and creator of the technology in Belarus. EcoTechnoPark is located here. It's a center of demonstration, modernization, and international certification of string technologies. What is no less important is that the development of innovative transport and infrastructure complexes is also one is in United Arab Emirates, where the SkyWay Innovation Center is located in Sharjah, and active work is underway in this region also.
Нам расскажет исполнительный директор компании SkyWay Oleg Zaretsky.
Now Oleg Zaretsky will tell us how things are in that region, in the Middle East region for SkyWay. Good afternoon. I'm Oleg Zaretsky, director of SkyWay Green Tech. So I'm on the roof of the guest house of the certification center. You can see our completed first line. And also now we have installed the intermediate supports for anchors for the second line. Now we are installing or building the communication lines. And what is important is that we have begun to build the fourth line. And so last week we had the delegation from the government in this guest house. They were very interested in SkyWay lines. They asked us to build faster the line that will show the movement of containers and cargo. The government is very interested in this line, this kind of options. So this is the construction of the fourth line, which is already underway. We are now on the first anchor support. Everything here is completed. Everything is ready for tests and certification. This is a Unicar. Looks very nice here. But inside it's a very complex transport mechanism. 4 very powerful electric motors, conditioners, braking system, everything is very advanced. And we also use an artificial intelligence here. So this is for the first line. This is a SkyWay transport vehicle for first line. And here's the second anchor support that we will go through now. We are on the second anchor support now of the first line, and so this is a station of the SkyWay transport system. The platform, the lower platform. So this anchor support is also ready to be certified and tested. We also, the transport system also includes the station and a system of passenger flow, for passengers to be admitted to the platform. So we can say that the first line is ready to the certification, for the certification procedure. So now let's go and look at where we started the fourth, the construction of the fourth line. The second line, 2 kilometers. We are now at the construction of the fourth line. You see that works are underway. The anchor support of line 4. And here, 8 anchor supports are being built here on this line. And we chose one of the largest local companies to do this work. And we believe that we will be able to do this task in time.
Здравствуйте, Анатолий Эдуардович, в студии. От наших инвесторов
Now we welcome Mr. Unitsky in the studio. We have questions, lots of questions. As usual, there is a very lively response, especially after a digital excursion around the EcoTechnoPark. When they see the transport, the complexes and the infrastructure, people ask a lot of questions that we
have received a certain number of questions from investors.
Based on the most popular and the most interesting questions that we have received.
And useful questions which will be
so on behalf of the investors, I will ask those questions.
Audience.
So
the first question is, when will the transition be to the next stage?
The first question is, when are we going to the next stage?
He says, I'm not dealing with the investment attraction.
So, I put together a program,
the technical part, with the testing.
Published it.
I published my report.
So moving forward on investing,
the investment stage.
This is our investment fund that is doing it.
This responsibility falls onto our investment fund.
I'm not the director or founder of the fund.
In the SkyWay system, which I created, I'm just a shareholder. I'm also
in my system, the SkyWay that I have created, I'm only a shareholder,
so
even though I'm the big shareholder, large shareholder, I'm still a shareholder.
And not the person who forms the stages. And the
so
stages
we
will be performed according to the financing. Now, as I said, we have about 1,000 engineers.
We can have like 1,000 engineers, we can have a place for them to work.
Programs, computers,
but
they will
the product is what matters. We cannot work without the necessary...
So obviously we need certain equipment to produce elements.
And we also require testing roads where we can test
tracks, to see the results, to
technology, we can get it certified,
and then enter
and then be on the market with it.
We had several force majeure circumstances.
And we remember what happened in Lithuania, those events.
So obviously plan is the one thing, but as to the practical implementation, like you know, in the Soviet Union, they wanted
like,
to build communism, and
we don't want to be like the communism that was the construction of communism in the USSR that was never finished.
But the plan was,
even though there was money, there was everything that was required. So I do everything that depends on me to actually bring all the plans to fruition.
The main criteria in our project is obviously with the minimum.
The main criteria is to do more, to do it cost efficiently in less time.
I use money as
my use of money is instrumental.
And now it all depends on the investors. So depending on the funds that we will
build our transport and
that will
go on the market
when the transition to the next stage will be.
I'm so thankful, of course, to those who have invested so far.
And obviously, our gratitude, the reward to the investment will be, investors will be the dividends they will receive. And this is definitely our goal. This is that we are striving to achieve.
I am, as a large shareholder, I'm investing into the development of SkyWay,
so
and
as a performer,
over these years.
So again, I would like to underline that as a performer, we created this model. We need funds. We
have been working on the most expensive part.
So at the final
we need
stage, we need to attract the
raise
money, which we need about $200 million.
about 150 or $200 million
how the plan will go, whether we're gonna complete the whole infrastructure or some portion of it.
We need to build our roads, so it all depends on what we intend to build, our financial requirements.
So when we
have the necessary financing, when we will have built
we will build the high-speed track.
Now we have an alternative to build in Belarus.
So we
can also build in the United Arab Emirates.
Two options to build one track in Belarus, and also we are building a track, high-speed track in the United Arab Emirates.
Also test road, have certification, and then
these are our two first projects in Belarus and United Arab Emirates, and from there we will have more targeted
high-speed transport.
Our experience of work in Emirates showed that the construction
in the United Arab Emirates, it's more complicated to build.
What we are doing here will cost there 2 or 3 times more expensive. So depending on where we do it, in Arab Emirates, the climate is more harsh. So the cost will be 2 or 3 times higher in United Arab Emirates.
Economically, it's more efficient, cost efficient to build in Belarus.
And
because now we
again,
have this pandemic situation.
The money now is the key issue, and accounting for
the event that has affected the entire world and is affecting it.
This funding becomes even harder. Accounting for the budget of our investors.
Budgets, we have to consider.
So unfortunately, our investment now is not getting higher.
But we do have to implement these stages.
So that's why now we're working with large investors in order to transition to the next stage. And we involve
all over the world,
organization, different countries.
I'm
sure that was quite a detailed answer.
Also answers many questions, similar questions that have been asked. And the next question will be about transport certification. SkyWay transport certified in United Arab Emirates.
Сертификация – это по-другому называется соответствие требованиям. То есть есть требования к транспорту, мы должны соответствовать. Вот и все. Требования к транспорту мы знаем. И знаем требования к транспорту в любой стране. И поэтому у нас нет проблем сделать транспорт таким, ну, струнный транспорт SkyWay, чтобы он соответствовал этим требованиям, естественно, был сертифицирован. И поэтому работа, вот бумажная работа с документами и так далее, да, с испытаниями, с исследованиями, там, с протоколами, и так далее, она ведется, она началась еще 2 года назад, а не сегодня, так, естественно, и она уже близка к завершению. Потому что все, что нужно было, там надо было даже свои нормативы создать. Вот такие талмуды писать, вот такой толщины. Это все расписывать. Возьмите вот там, я не знаю, на какую-нибудь кофемолку или там на СВЧ-печь или на телевизор инструкцию. Она вот такая. Так у нас же тоже должны быть эти документы. На подвижной состав, на конкретную модель. Причем это сложнее самолета. Тоже Unibus, да, особенно высокоскоростной.
So certification, what is certification? Certification is the compliance with norms, and what we are talking is complex, as complex as an airplane, or more complex. So we are considering also the conditions, like in the United Arab Emirates, for example, is the climate very different from ours. The air that has a high concentration of salts, or water has high concentration of salts. So these conditions we have to comply with our technology.
и быстрее, и соответствующим образом, то мы привлекаем и те организации, которые занимаются сертификацией.
So, to make sure that we comply, we bring in those organizations that work with certification. For example, also the metro built in Dubai is certified by European norms. So there's a lot of work. We will build a test road. We will build the vehicles that will be used there. We will conduct the commissioning works. We have our design documentation that envisions it all. It is also stipulated there.
Понятно. То есть
So,
выводом можно сделать такое новое понятие. Правильнее спрашивать не о сертификации, а о соответствии нормам безопасности.
So then we can conclude that it's important first, before we talk about certification, we need to talk about compliance. Everyone understands, for example, that people who are using wheelchairs have also to use the transport. And for example, if the vehicles are not built to carry wheelchairs because of their measurements not fitting, that's also a miscompliance. So if we have like So it's not any fantastic, formidable term that we are talking about or requirements. It has to, for example, if we are talking about lighting, again, how many lamps do we need, for example, or what are the safety requirements? What makes it safe? So it doesn't go on fire and things like that. So we need materials that don't burn. And something that doesn't burn, not just because somebody strikes a match, but something that doesn't burn, even if there's high, there's an open fire somewhere. So it's not some super requirements. So it won't be like, oh, like, what about this and that requirement? So everything is relevant.
Хорошо, еще один вопрос касательно работы в Объединенных Арабских Эмиратах. Будет ли
Another question about the United Arab Emirates. Will you have your own production, own manufacturing site? We should see at what we should look at what is more cost efficient. For example, if we build our vehicles in the United Arab Emirates, it will be more expensive than what we can produce in Belarus. If we build it over there and we try to sell it more expensively, nobody will buy. So some things can be cheaper, and we have machine building facilities in Belarus. So in the United Arab Emirates, where we will find those who will build those machines? If we bring them in and give them wages, we give them accommodation, social guarantees, it will be more expensive. So we try to be very reasonable in everything we do.
Коронавирус, конечно, повлиял очень сильно на нашу жизнь, на жизнь всех людей на планете.
So the coronavirus has affected the life of people on the planet drastically.
Ограничений, которые были введены для того, чтобы ограничить распространение этого вируса.
And to limit to limit the spread of to stop the spread of the virus that has also affected the economy. So how have you been affected by this situation? Of course, we have been affected. Travel is limited now. We are not as mobile. So, of course, the quarantine measures, many processes, everything has, the quarantine measures have affected many processes. And entire productions and companies, and for example, things that have been built, they have not been paid for and not delivered. So a lot of things have been affected. Also, business trips, deliveries from abroad. But we had to find ways how to work with that. And how to work in the conditions of the quarantine. Project works, construction works, engineering.
Новые линии строим, там же много тоже деталей, узлов, элементов, оборудования, которые мы сами изготавливаем. Мы на карантин не уходили. Да? И если тем более это оборудование можно сделать из тех материалов, которые уже закуплены, либо которые есть в Беларуси, то мы это все делаем. Поэтому там в этом плане коронавирус пандемии не помешала.
The coronavirus was not an obstacle for us. We did not stop working during this pandemic. Of course, total productivity reduced. How to say? Our personnel was reduced somewhat because we tried to optimize processes.
To lay off some people, we had to take measures there.
Therefore, for some period of time, we have reduced.
For some time, we had to lower the wages
situation in order to optimize the process and not to go bankrupt.
But of course,
and some of the employees left themselves. They quit, basically.
Basically, we managed to.
But as a result, now we have a renewed
and
company,
we are
which is
healthier, we are more
strong,
professional, we are stronger now.
And with this team of people, specialists,
Because
we are
only the
able
strong
to do
get
more,
through things like that.
to perform more effectively. And now our backbone is about 500 engineers. And in general, everything is fine.
Quite fine.
Продолжение этой темы. Какая стратегия дальнейшего развития компании в связи с ограничениями, которые все еще присутствуют? Какие вы видите возможные варианты развития?
So, in continuation of this topic, what is the strategy for the further development of the company and actions in connection with the restrictions? Since I'm an engineer, transport engineer, I understand how to ensure efficiency. I understand that capacity and efficiency of the system, they are connected. For example, we only have one passenger. And if this one passenger will be transported every second, now we can transport about almost 100,000 passengers in 24 hours. So there is no railway in the world that can transport 100,000 passengers in one day. Well, it was a figurative speech saying that compartment for one passenger. It will be, of course, more than one passengers.
Типа так дешевле, эффективно-то? Да нет, это не эффективно на самом деле. И в нашем транспорте это четко видно.
We can clearly see it in our transport. We use optimal capacity. Say like family type cars. When automobile transport won over the railway transport. For example, obviously it's not convenient for the train to arrive to the building, to come close to some kind of house. But automobile transport was suitable for doing that. That was one reason why automobiles won over trains. So in order for us, for the tracks to come from the door to the door, it has to be very effective solutions. So like talking about roads, in the 19th century, there were no cars because there were no roads suitable. Like before, they were riding horses. So the most important, say, when we talk about cars, automobile transport, important is not so much the cars, but the roads where it drives. So the first, we need to build roads, and then the cars come, using the same logic. The pandemic also showed so the buses continue to drive as they drove, automobiles continue to drive as they did. And therefore, the choice was made. And the correctness of choice was confirmed by the pandemic of coronavirus.
Хорошо. Я думаю, что это отвечает на те запросы, которые мы обобщили таким вопросом.
I think this answers the questions.
Интересный вопрос, он касается
There is one interesting question.
Дерева, окруженные зеленью. Вопрос такой: можно ли будет ваши уникальные дома строить по франшизе? Как это получить? Есть ли в этом отношении разработки?
Can we build your unique homes using the franchise and create business connections? It's still early to talk about this. So right now it's too early for us to answer that because the product is not quite ready, it's semi-ready. Talking about wooden house, the structure is clear.
So we're talking about those unique wooden houses. Can they be built on franchise?
Where there are plants, also even animals, where there is a fertile soil. And it's not what we buy in the store.
Of course, we're talking about where places where we have
so I'm talking
fertile
about the fertile
land.
soil. It has to be soil rich in special microorganisms that can create life.
The lands, the
so that means that
soil
all the
itself
minerals, all the minerals have to be present in that soil.
Contain the elements that we also
So all of this
contain in
has to
our
be
DNA,
present
in
in the
ourselves.
soil, and then it has to be transferred to the plants. Also, the logic is, for
Our
example,
houses
the house
that
which
will be built later, our ecological
can
houses,
feed the house.
they must be
The family will
autonomous.
be autonomous. No, I'm talking about the house that can feed the family. No matter what is the force majeure, coronavirus doesn't matter. A meteorite fell.
So this house should be autonomous even if there is coronavirus outside or a war, and these houses will be able to provide us with everything.
First of all, it's plants, fertile soil.
And inside them will be plants, the living soil that contains all the elements.
So that the plants can...
And a variety of foods, because we cannot stick to one single food. And for example, when we consume plants, some of them contain some elements, other plants or edible plants could contain other elements. So talking about different elements, for example, elements that we need for our eyes, and for example, carrots don't contain that particular element. So
нет, она не видела, не заметила, подобралась незаметно. Но понятно, что там есть селен. Да. Так зачем я должен глаза выкавировать и не есть? Я лучше его съем. Да? Вот в этой логике мы делаем экодома, в том числе для того,
so basically, we build the houses. Those are
составляющую, да, экосистему правильно сформировав, да, причем таком.
So we can form the right kind of ecosystem, and
мы могли потом это все
like a subtropical
космических домах в открытом космосе, в том числе для того, чтобы там могли работать люди в
climate houses. These houses that can be built in space where people can work.
Человечество. Вот это вот я с этого начал эту работу, да.
I actually started. Well, the product itself is very raw, let's say.
За деньги, кстати, не надо тут халявы, мы халяву не любим. Что-то делать за деньги.
So,
и были спроектированы 6 типов.
I ordered the project, I paid for it, and I got 6 projects of such houses. So, trying to live in one of those houses, and you can see that inside we are growing bananas and persimmons and
обычно попадает в канализацию, а потом попадает на поля фильтрации, оттуда в реки, из рек
also the
и все везде дохнет, все умирает от этой грязи, да? Все это попадает
filters
в корневую систему растений.
That instead of all the what is filtered out of our houses and polluting the environment, it goes back to the roots of the plants inside those houses. So there is no waste. Everything is processed. So everything inside this house is growing, sustained and fed by what usually would be waste, go to waste.
И некоторые говорят, да как же, там растительный порошок, он же яд и так далее. Я говорю, а вы знаете, что нам даже мышьяк нужен? Нужен даже мышьяк, он тоже в ДНК, он в структуре клеток. Ну, правда, надо...
If you come to think of it, our DNA contains everything, even things that we consider, elements that we consider poisonous, and elements like silver, elements like... And we need all those elements to sustain ourselves. We need to get all those minerals for our system. And calories are also important. Our cells are a very complex organ, and if we don't have the construction materials, if our cells don't have construction materials, they will not be able to reproduce themselves and repair themselves. So here is the same thing. This house is like a cell. I see. Thank you. I believe that all ecological and sustainable development, green enthusiasts, all enthusiasts of these movements are very interested in developing such a project. And actually, I'm also interested in this personally, because it's healthy and because it's the right thing to do. You mentioned another question that we were about to ask. Many of our investors ask this question. So, and so the project SkyWay, will it become SpaceWay, as we talked about space a little bit? These projects are not interconnected, and one doesn't ever transform into the other. The space program has its own systems.
Это единственное решение с точки зрения физики, которое может за счет внутренних сил системы, да, не опираясь ни на что и не выбрасывая наружу ничего.
And
порядка 10 миллионов тонн грузов и порядка 10 миллионов.
For example,
эта система струнная, то есть я сначала ее придумал.
The strong system that I came up with, that was the system that I first came up with, my first system. And it was in the Soviet times, and I tried to get a patent. But that is a story of its own. And people are saying that there's a lot of limiting beliefs in this case, that we won't be able to implement this space program in terms of, oh, we will lack energy, we will lack resources, we will lack this and that.
Я уже тогда закончил вуз, стал инженером путей сообщения.
I was a young engineer at the time, and I was working at perfecting my my construction, that I made it simpler, I made it more cost efficient. And that was the rail, actually the rail of the construction. I found a second solution that was the best, and when the Soviet Union fell apart, and we had this idea that humanity wants to go to space, but no one was interested at the time. Everybody went into business to survive, and of course I was also in business. Because we had to survive, we had to earn our living. But this space, I realized that I needed to create a business that would help me with solving the issues that I needed to implement my main projects. I started developing the businesses, the business branches and trends, and the SkyWay, the Sky Road, and also the financing is.
И крупным инвесторам, и кроме проблем ничего не было. Кроме проблем. Какие-то отъемы, откаты назад, какие-то там дела стали заводиться, еще что-то. Теми, к кому я обращался за поддержкой и помощью. Я понял, что это тупиковое направление. И когда у меня в 7-й раз все отняли до нуля, в 7-й раз, за всю эту историю, я понял, что так нельзя дальше работать. И я вот придумал эту систему.
When they took away from me everything for the 7th time, I invented this system. I'm just an ordinary person, an ordinary man. I grew up in a village. I worked all my life in the factory. I'm not of some kind of like royal blood. I was also using regular transport as everybody else. And I addressed for help to the same people as me. All of us need this. We regular people need it. It's not needed by ministers, ministers. They have their own planes, their own submarines, etc. We regular people need this. Regular users, simple people. That's when I wrote my appeal to people. I said that this is the biggest business that existed in civilization, and let's do it together. Whoever, I appeal to regular people, please contribute something, whatever you can. Who can put $10, who can put $1 million? This is where the responsibility, accountability starts. Therefore, these are two directions. They are connected with each other. So that like one person invented it, technology, but these two trends, they solve two totally different tasks. First is on-ground transport, and the second task is going into space transport, open space. So say about the ground transport, it moves horizontally. It's like if you think about gravitation pit, it's deep, it's endless. So you can go along around the orbit. You need, but this would be the most complicated solution, the huge amount of money to solve this kind of movement, to bring it into the space. In order to implement this kind of technology, the technology of the space. So basically the string transport, SkyWay technology, we are meant to solve the problems of ground transportation on Earth, where people, all ordinary people, have to just somehow move from work to work, have the safe mode of transportation. That's why SkyWay, we're not talking about going into the outer space. This is not the task that SkyWay wants to resolve. But in order for SpaceWay to develop and not interfere with the development of SkyWay, me as a founder, I created an independent company, which is called Engineering Technologies, where we develop a space program. And me, I'm there as an individual, as a private person. I have my own personnel. We work on the SpaceWay project.
работаем в логике за меньшие деньги сделать максимум, сделать очень много.
But our credo is to do maximum with the minimum cost.
Это доклады, сборник докладов.
Here is the report from the conference. A very important, very serious report about the work of this company on the SpaceWay project. And the results of this work have been already demonstrated. Now, in order to finance, of course, talking about financing of a Spaceway project, the people's financing will not be enough, because this is some kind of huge amount of money that is needed, different level of financing. We need big investment funds who are oriented into the future. Therefore, we work independent. So what I'm trying to underline that these two projects, SkyWay and SpaceWay, are two independent projects. The only common thing between them is the common author, me.
Многие наши сотрудники в автономной технологии, инженеры, конструкторы и так далее, тоже увлечены вот этой космической программой, но они делают это не в ущерб работе, они делают это в выходные дни, там, по вечерам и так далее. Я выделяю гранты, чтобы они дополнительно...
Also certain organizations that are interested in doing this kind of space work, but they do it as a part-time work. In addition to their regular job, they do it during weekend. Work on this project. I just allocate some funds to them. I give them awards. They help us to work correctly on this program.
Хорошо, благодарю. Ну,
okay, thank you.
Для меня, если обобщить, это не то, что они независимы друг от друга, но и не одно и то же.
So the answer is that these are two separate projects. They are independent of each other. Next question.
Возможно ли, чтобы представители крупных акционеров, а также заинтересованных
Is it possible that representatives of major shareholders, as well as interested potential large investors, government agencies were present at the opening of projects being implemented in Sharjah?
Крупный инвестор, чем отличается там маленький инвестор? Он вложил деньги, получил долю.
What is the difference between large investors and small investors? Of course, it's a different amount of money invested and a different amount of profit, obviously.
Поэтому крупный инвестор, вложив деньги, он сделал свою работу. Так. И просто привлекать его в качестве какого? Инженера, менеджера, чего? Разработчика, дизайнера и кого?
Ну, насколько я понимаю, вопрос в том, крупных инвесторов будут ли приглашать в качестве гостей?
В качестве гостей можно, но здесь же вопрос не так.
The question is, are you going to invite large investors as guests?
Поэтому, естественно...
But the answer is no, they have to be participants.
Вопросов нет, мы, естественно, будем...
Of course, we're going to invite them as guests to come, and when we demonstrate, to come and look.
Посещал его высочество шейх Шаржи.
Like we were visited by His Majesty Sheikh Sharjah.
Понятно, каждого вдоль и поперек с помощью приборов, там собаки были, не дай бог, что там не случилось.
So there were a lot of instruments there, and the dogs were there. So it was a big event, big show. So there are open. Of course, there will be open events, and of course, we are going to invite large investors to come and look. We're not going to hide anything, and I am always accessible. But of course, to a certain degree. Of course, well, when we talk about know-how or some certain photographs, maybe this we will not allow.
Еще один вопрос.
Okay. One more question.
Инвесторов. Запланирована ли у вас встреча в формате круглого стола с крупными инвесторами? Ну, как пояснение такое. Это те, которые инвестировали более $100 000. Имеются ли у вас для них какие-то спецпредложения, например,
So,
вовлеченность?
is a large is a big investors roundtable planned
Здесь конкретно
for
вот эти крупные инвесторы хотят
only the investors, the big investors who
с вами в продолжении, есть ли какие-то
so who are planning a closer collaboration with you?
Скрываем информацию и даем не только крупным инвесторам.
Well, we don't have any
всем
secret
инвесторам.
information.
Нет разницы. Но вообще-то самый крупный
And
инвестор это я. Наверное, я самый
I am the biggest investor.
Как вы думаете? Так же?
I have nothing to hide from myself.
Не только, да? Да.
Ну, мы уже за круглым столом со всеми инвесторами.
Are at a round table, so
И мы же с тобой каждый день общаемся. И наши инженеры.
and we are here at this round table we are talking,
Да, по 10 раз на дню.
and we talk every day.
Поэтому эта работа ведется. Но вот
So we are working.
вложил там $100 000, поэтому
This illusion that, oh, I invested $100,000 and
шоколаде быть. А мне дать еще какой-то
I must be treated differently.
Ну этого не будет, это не должно быть.
I must be given benefits. We don't do this
Конфетка уже была. Тот,
because the candy is already there.
дисконтом 1/10, ну, к примеру. А тот, кто вложил 100 000, купил 1/100. Вот те конфетка и есть.
It's just that if you invest $10, you buy 1 to 10. If you buy 100, if you invest $100,000, you buy 1 to 100. So
Думать, что если человек вложит $100 000, то он, конечно, нам поможет спроектировать Unibus.
Это не обязательно взаимосвязано.
Да, это более того, это скорее всего.
So if a person invests $100,000,
вложит, так лучше его не подпускать и вообще там проектирование. Такое там.
doesn't mean that he is able to
Не заработать, да? И поэтому,
design.
допустим, вкладывая там, я не знаю, в Airbus или там компанию Boeing, то это не значит, что эти инвесторы в компании, которая проектирует самолет, вот прямо вот каждый день заходят и там смотрят, как.
So the investors, if they invest large amounts of money, it doesn't mean that they come. For example, if it's an aircraft construction, manufacturing, it doesn't mean that they come and supervise the construction or the manufacturing.
Хорошо. Большое спасибо, Анатолий Эдуардович, за ответы на вопросы.
Very well, thank you
В прямом эфире.
For answering the questions for our investors live.
EcoFest 2020. Мы прощаемся с вами.
We are, at this point, we will end our, at this note, we are ending our EcoPark Fest, EcoFest. Bye. Thank you so much for participating and see you again next year. Goodbye.
Год напомнил человеку и человечеству в целом о личной и цивилизационной.
The year 2020 reminded humanity
безопасную, экономичную и надежную транспортную систему и всех когда-либо существовавших.
Of how fragile it is, and we are reminding, we are building a successful and promising system, and our confidence is only growing.
Наш девиз – строй SkyWay, спасай планету.
Build SkyWay, save the planet.
Начинаем.
Еще раз здравствуйте, дорогие друзья, коллеги, партнеры и единомышленники.
Good afternoon again, dear friends, colleagues, partners, people of one mind.
Как же от безграничного счастья и потрясающих эмоций болят щеки, от постоянной улыбки сегодняшнего дня. Поделитесь, пожалуйста, своими впечатлениями в чате, пожалуйста.
My cheeks are actually hurting from lots of happiness, emotions, constant smile. Please do share your impressions of this day in the chat.
И сейчас мы поговорим о нашей любимой компании SkyWorld Community, которая дает всем людям на планете так много фантастических возможностей для улучшения себя, других и мира в целом.
Let's talk about our beloved company, SkyWorld Community, which gives so many fantastic opportunities for everyone to change themselves, others, and the world around them.
И сейчас мы поговорим, пока вы делитесь вашими эмоциями, о важнейших успехах того, что сделано и что планируется сделать. И нам сейчас об этом расскажет наш член правления Alexey Sukhodoyev. Прошу вас.
And now, while you're sharing your emotions, we will start by sharing the success of what has been done and what is going to be done. And for that, we give the floor to our board member, Alexey Sukhodoyev.
Благодарю, Артем. Приветствую вас, дорогие друзья.
Thank you, Artem, and I greet every one of you, dear friends.
Рад подкрывать эту действительно такую особенную конференцию, потому что обычно мы с вами собираемся после EcoFest всегда на каких-то таких больших мероприятиях по нашему опыту. Но сегодня вот так.
I am glad to be the one who opens this special event, because usually after the EcoFest we gather at big events, but today the event is a new kind of event.
И так же, как порадовала вас и сама корневая компания, и лично Анатолий Эдуардович Unitsky, у нас тоже есть для вас определенные новости и своего рода отчет.
So just the way the root company and Mr. Unitsky has given you some wonderful news, we too, as a SkyWorld community, have certain news to share with you.
Анатолий Эдуардович неоднократно говорил про COVID-19, и, казалось бы, нас эта ситуация должна была сильно затронуть, но мы успели быстро перестроиться на удаленную работу.
Mr. Unitsky has talked a lot about COVID-19, and it would seem that this situation should have influenced us a lot, but fortunately we were able to adapt quite fast and move into the virtual business realm.
И, конечно, были внесены определенные коррективы в ту стратегию, которая была озвучена в январе на первой европейской конференции. Тогда мы еще не могли предположить, что это будет крайне вживую конференция, где присутствуем фактически вот мы все с вами.
Of course, some modifications had to be introduced into the strategy that was announced in January on our first European conference. And of course, we didn't know that that would be actually the last offline conference where we could see each other live for a period of time.
И свое выступление хочу начать с очень важной вещи, то, что сейчас инвесторы пересматривают свои взгляды на долгосрочные инвестиции. То есть внезапно даже криптовалюты, даже биткоин стали более популярными, чем золото, и люди смотрят именно на венчурные проекты. А наш проект один из самых лучших.
And I would like to start my speech with one very important thing, that actually right now investors all over the world change their view of long-term investments. Even such known things as cryptocurrency and Bitcoin have become more popular than gold, and people pay more attention to venture projects like our own.
И такие капиталы перетекают, то есть глобальные смены вообще мирового инвестирования происходят, потому что старые модели уже не работают.
And now we see global movement of capital in the realm of investments. People change their directions because the old traditional ways seem to no longer work.
Мы находимся с вами до сих пор на уникальной стадии развития проекта до выхода на публичный рынок. И это действительно самая привлекательная стадия любого стартапа.
And we are still in the unique stage of our project, which is before IPO, which in reality is the most attractive stage of any startup.
Это огромный рынок, это огромные перспективы, и это то, что действительно может пережить кризис.
This is a big market, great promising potential, and this is something that truly can survive a crisis.
Кризис еще, я могу вам сказать, не начался, он начнется примерно в 2021 году, и сейчас только разгон мировой рецессии.
And I would say the crisis hasn't even started. It would really start in 2021. And now the global recession is just picking up speed.
И я очень рад был услышать от Анатолия Эдуардовича, что он как фермер инициировал первый адресный проект именно туристического направления, и, возможно, он будет быстрее сертифицирован, чем комплексные адресные проекты грузового пассажирского направления в Арабских Эмиратах.
And I was really glad to hear that Mr. Unitsky has initiated a target project with a more tourist direction, which I believe would be easier and faster certified than the ones for cargo and passengers in the Arab Emirates.
Мы с вами всегда должны соблюдать баланс, и об этом мы договорились на самом деле в том видео, которое Yevgeniy Kudryashov и я анонсировали в логике ребрендинга от всех членов правления SWC в марте этого года.
And we need to keep balance, on which we actually agreed in the video that initiated our rebranding as a Sky World community in March, the video done by Mr. Kudryashov and me.
И это видео еще было записано до серьезных осложнений пандемии на мировую экономику, но многие вещи мы сделали, как и обещали.
This video, of course, was recorded before any serious developments of the pandemic influence on the economy, but still we were able to keep our promises made there.
Мы, как члены правления SWC, обязаны и видим основной целью предоставить для вас самые удобные, самые комфортные условия для работы.
As the members of the board of SWC, we see our main goal in providing you with most comfortable, most convenient conditions for your work.
Именно поэтому была завершена очень серьезная разработка мобильного приложения, и сейчас внутри мобильного приложения также происходит дополнительная разработка внутренней коммуникации.
Therefore, we have accomplished a serious development of mobile application, and currently there is still development of a communication system going on within the app.
Многие задаются вопросом, а почему вдруг не стали видны структуры? Ну, на самом деле ответ очень простой. Мы следуем нормам международного законодательства. В данном случае это нормы GDPR.
And many people have wondered why they stopped seeing actual structures, but you have to understand that we are actually following the norms of global legislation, and in this case, it is the well-known GDPR.
И, конечно же, не клиент-ориентированная компания так бы это и оставила, но не SWC. Наши разработчики сейчас активно занимаются созданием средства внутренней коммуникации, можно считать его внутренним чатом.
And of course, non-customer oriented company would just leave it as it is, but not SWC. Our developers are currently working on creating the inner communication system, or we could call it an inner chat.
Это все развивается в той логике, что SWC позиционируется не только как инвестиционная платформа, но инвестиционно-социальный агрегатор, который будет включать в себя различные услуги, сопутствующие нашему основному инвестиционному направлению финансирования технологии SkyWay.
And this whole development follows the logic of SWC, which positions itself not only as an investment platform, but as an investment and social communication aggregate with additional services that go in line with our main business, which is financing SkyWay technologies.
Также уже более полугода активно прорабатывается вопрос репутации, привлекаются достаточно серьезные мировые эксперты. Некоторые могли присутствовать на вводном, самом простом обучении по введению в защиту деловой репутации SWC и SkyWay.
Also, for more than half a year, we've been working on public relations, on developing the reputation, and we have engaged world-level experts in order to promote our reputation. And some of you could have already taken part in the introductory workshop on promoting SWC and SkyWay reputation.
И это касается разбора всех негативных смыслов, начиная от самых мелких с троллями, заканчивая самыми крупными, уже серьезными маркетинговыми противостояниями разных компаний, которые не хотели бы, чтобы SkyWay появился на рынке.
And within this frame, we work on everything, starting with the small problems with the trolls and ending with major marketing companies opposing and not wanting SkyWay to reach the market.
То трехдневное обучение, которое было переведено, сейчас формируется в виде стенографии, и комплексный материал появится на всех языках. Также по ряду языков мы сделаем внутренние чаты, и все получат материал по дефрагментации негативного смысла. Это основной материал для работы с репутацией.
The 3 days of education have been translated and they have been transcribed, and soon the materials will appear in all the languages, plus there will be language-oriented chat rooms in order to teach us the main strategy of building up the reputation. It is the defragmentation of negative meanings.
Как мы и обещали, мы запустили курсы, новый раздел в нашем личном кабинете. И в первую очередь это мы решили, что должен быть курс по продажам. Всем от статуса мастер этот действительно мощный материал доступен в личном кабинете.
And we have launched courses within our back office system, and we decided to start with the one that everyone would need. It's the sales course, and it is accessible within the back office to everyone, starting with the level of master.
Можете посмотреть в интернете, этот специалист, это не просто коуч, это профессионал своего дела. Сейчас сотрудничает со многими компаниями, и, возможно, в период пандемии он будет нас онлайн также обучать, как продавать удаленно в кризис и пандемию.
You can look up this expert on the internet, and you can see that it's a true expert who has worked with many global companies. And during this pandemic period, he will teach us online how to promote and sell online during this crisis.
Сейчас крайние стадии согласования обучения по Instagram. И первый продукт, который вы можете успешно применять, это, конечно же, Instagram Маска, которую я рекомендую всем распространять просто очень мощно по этой социальной сети.
The first course we agreed upon is promotion through Instagram, and the first thing I really recommend everyone do is to use the so-called Instagram mask and to spread it all over your network of contacts.
Мы действительно вынашиваем обучение по Instagram именно применимо к нашему продукту. Это не будет какое-то стороннее обучение.
And we are truly developing the education on Instagram tightly connected to our product. This will not be just some generic course.
Но каждый задавался вопросом, и многие люди получили спасательный круг от нас. Это лидогенерация, которая была запущена в масштабе, действительно в больших объемах, и работа началась еще задолго до пандемии.
And many have asked for our help, and they received the help in the worldwide lead generation system that was launched even long before the whole crisis of pandemic started.
Мы не можем допустить такого факта, что наши активные партнеры, допустим, будут испытывать недостаток контактов, и поэтому те, кто действительно профессионалы, на английском, на испанском, на португальском, на французском или других иностранных языках могут удаленно входить на различные рынки.
We could not allow our active partners to lack momentum and lack contact. Therefore, the system has been created for anyone who is proficient in English, Spanish, Portuguese, or French to remotely enter different worldwide markets.
Вы все прекрасно знаете, как формируются структуры, что из одной искры может возгореться пламя. Так вот, с апреля по сентябрь 2020 года в этой системе было сгенерировано 11 925 лидов.
You all know how the structures are built, that with one small fire, a great flame can start. So from April to September 2020, this system has already generated 11,925 leads.
И мы не учитываем здесь, насколько дальше пошла сеть в глубину. То есть, естественно, это можно все в геометрической прогрессии увеличивать.
And of course, here we did not take into account the way the network then spread into the depth. So that would be a geometric progression, that would be exponential growth.
Я назвал эту систему ледокол, так как она в первую очередь ориентирована на работу с холодными контактами, с холодными рынками. И действительно лидер в совокупности с нашими специалистами по привлечению трафика как будто колет лед и прокладывает дорогу как ледокол.
And I have called this system the icebreaker because it mostly works with cold contacts and cold markers. Therefore, this system, together with our traffic generation experts, truly breaks through the cold markets and brings us leads.
Ну и многие задают вопрос, почему мы не рассказываем о технологии SkyWay. Посмотрите на цифру, сколько раз была просмотрена реклама. Это действительно поразительная цифра, 17 миллионов раз. Сколько людей увидело рекламу? 6 миллионов 324 тысячи.
So some ask us, why don't we tell about the SkyWay technology? But please look at the numbers. How many times the advertisement was shown? 17 million times. And how many people have seen the advertisement is 6.3 million people.
В новостях будет обязательно размещена информация по заполнению Google Form. Вы сможете написать, либо можете написать мне лично на почту, так как я создал и координирую это направление, и мы выберем с вами страну, но необходимо знать какой-то иностранный язык профессионально, то есть русского недостаточно.
So we will tell you in the news how you can fill in the Google Forms, or you can email me directly because I have created this program, and we will together choose the country. But of course, you have to be proficient in a certain foreign language. Just Russian is not enough.
И в завершении своего выступления я хотел бы сказать вкратце о том, что будет. Мы действительно готовим очень комплексное развитие по всему миру. И сейчас должна также формироваться и усовершенствоваться юридическая схема. Поэтому примерно весной 2021 года будет запущена брокерская компания SWC.
And in conclusion, I would like to briefly touch upon our future. Of course, we have to prepare a very complex development globally. And part of that is, of course, the legal scheme, legal development. So in spring 2021, we are going to launch a broker company, SWC.
И PLC, форма собственности, будет входить во все компании технологий. То есть это и GTI, это и Green Tech, и другие технологии касаемо развития SkyWay.
And this PLC, this is a form of property, will be included in all our technical companies, including GTI, Green Tech, everything related to SkyWay technology.
У брокерской компании будет свой актив, свои акции. Их можно будет реализовывать по всему миру. Они будут обеспечены технологией, и все страны смогут участвовать, за исключением санкционных стран по международному законодательству.
The brokerage company will have its own assets or shares sold all over the world, and the shares will have as its foundation, of course, the technology, and they can be distributed in every country except, of course, the countries that are internationally sanctioned.
Компания будет обладать всеми необходимыми брокерскими лицензиями и не вызовет ни единого сомнения у любого регулятора.
The brokerage company will have all the necessary licenses and will cause no questions or doubts with any regulator.
И также вас ожидает дополнительный продукт в логике социально-финансового агрегатора SWC. Это криптофиатная платежная система. На примере этого я могу сказать, привести пример, те события, которые недавно анонсировал PayPal. Они стали принимать не только фиатные платежи, но и криптоплатежи. Мы начали делать это еще задолго.
And of course, you will have an additional product in this socially financial aggregate. We will have the crypto fiat payment system. As you might have heard recently, PayPal introduced the opportunity to pay in crypto, but we have done that long before.
И, конечно же, не стоит показывать незаконченную работу, поэтому испытывать мы начали эту систему на себе. И SWC – это первый мерчант, который был подключен к этой системе. Таким образом, мы сейчас абсолютно оптимизируем и не тратим вообще комиссии на криптоплатежные системы. У нас она своя.
And of course, we wouldn't want to show any unfinished work to the world. Therefore, we are testing the system on ourselves, on SWC, which has been added to the system as the first merchant. And thus, we work on optimizing this system, and we don't have to pay any commissions to anyone because the system is our own.
Сейчас дорабатываются маркетинговые и юридические моменты, и как только этот продукт будет готов, он также будет работать по партнерской программе, и можно будет подключать различные магазины, мерчантов, как на земле, так и в виртуальном онлайн-мире.
And of course, we are preparing all the bases, and as soon as the product is ready, it will also work through partnerships, and the partners will be able to connect to this platform, different shops, different merchants, both physical and virtual.
Поэтому с радостью я хотел бы вам сообщить, что мы действительно с вами та компания, которая подстроится под любые условия. И слогану «Строй SkyWay, спасай планету» я могу добавить, что ничто нас не остановит вместе.
And of course, we are a company that goes through any kind of opposition or any kind of obstacles. So to our slogan, build Skyway and save the planet, I can only add that nothing will be able to stop us.
Пандемия сделала нас сильнее, и серьезные изменяющиеся условия никак не остановят и не затормозят нашу деятельность, потому что мы ко всему готовы.
The pandemic has only made us stronger, and any changing conditions do not stop us or slow us down in any way.
Благодарю вас за внимание. Теперь я передаю слово следующему спикеру. Спасибо.
Thank you for your attention, and I give the floor to the next speaker. Thank you very much.
Благодарим Алексея за столь полезную информацию и переходим дальше.
We thank Alexey for such useful information, and we move further.
Вы, наши уважаемые партнеры и инвесторы SkyWorld Community, тоже готовились к EcoFest 2020 и присылали свои вопросы для Анатолия Эдуардовича Юницкого, на которые, мы надеемся, вы получили уже полноценные ответы.
Our dear partners, our dear investors of SkyWay community, you have also prepared for the EcoFest 2020 by sending the questions you wanted Mr. Unitsky to answer, and I hope you have received full and satisfying answers.
А также за последнюю неделю мы получили вопросы конкретно для членов правления SkyWorld Community от региональных лидеров.
And also during the last week, we received questions specifically for the board of SWC from our regional leaders.
И сейчас на ваши вопросы очень детально ответит член правления SkyWorld Community Владимир Маслов.
And now your questions will receive detailed answers from the member of the board, Mr. Maslov.
Добрый день, дорогие участники EcoFest 2020. Это такой очень важный момент в нашей жизни, нашего проекта.
Good afternoon, dear participants of the EcoFest 2020. It's a very important moment in our life and in our project.
И что хотелось бы сказать, потому что это уже очередной EcoFest. Вопросов много, качество вопросов и направленность вопросов меняется, и поэтому я с большим удовольствием повторюсь, потому что на вебинарах я достаточно часто на большинство вопросов отвечаю, но коль заданы сюда вопросы, я здесь их отвечу и порекомендую всем участвовать, кто имеет вопросы больше на вебинарах, или смотреть их.
And of course, what I would like to say that it's another new EcoFest, and with every time the questions quality and the direction of questions, of course, changes in a way, but also I will have to repeat myself because I have answered many questions during our webinars, but I am glad to answer them again as they have been asked for this specific event. But I would also recommend everyone to keep participating in webinars to receive the answers to their questions or at least watch them.
Я начну с того, что представлю. Значит, есть среди вопросов, чем занимаются члены правления SkyWorld Community. Я лично занимаюсь организационно-правовыми вопросами компании, это первое, обеспечивая ее.
And of course, I will start this questions and answers session with the question that was asked, what do the board members of SWC actually do? So let's start with me. I work on organizational and legal matters in the company.
И оказываю посильную поддержку, когда это необходимо, головной компании в решении каких-то локальных вопросов, организационно-правовых вопросов.
And as far as I am able, I also support the route company in solving some local issues which are related to organizational or legal matters.
Кроме того, приходится еще заниматься и поиском потенциальных заказов под технологию, потому что мы все заинтересованы в этом.
And of course, I also search for potential orders for our technology. We are, of course, every one of us is interested in that.
Итак, мне, значит, демонстрацию экрана я сейчас дам и начну отвечать на вопросы.
So let me first share my screen and then I will start answering the questions.
Так, я могу сейчас ее сделать. Так, меня видно экран, да?
Can you see my screen?
Значит, вопросы очень много, но в целом они касаются такой темы. Например, спрашивается, что, например, как развивается строительство в Дубае. Я 15-километрового маршрута. Я не слушал всего полного доклада Анатолия Дардыча, но я так думаю, что эта тема, вопрос головной компании, она в работе, по моим данным, и в ближайшее время мы услышим об этом.
Let's start with the fact that there are many questions and most of them also ask about the development in Dubai, about the 15-kilometer track. I have not heard the full report by Mr. Unitsky on this topic, but I believe it's the topic of the route company. And what I know that this project is under development, and I believe we will soon hear about it more.
Теперь, что касается вопроса скоростного маршрута в Абу-Даби. Мы знаем дату начала. Вы знаете, дело в том, что скоростной маршрут в Абу-Даби, и это еще вопрос, скорее всего, это скоростная трасса в Абу-Даби. Если задается вопрос, когда она будет, все зависит от финансирования. Вот в чем вопрос. Финансирование пока не решено, поэтому нет даты.
So they ask us about the beginning date of the high-speed track in Abu Dhabi. When will it happen? But you should know that the beginning date depends on financing. And as long as the financing issue is not solved, we cannot know the date.
Значит, также есть вопрос, что удалось ли подписать какой-либо адресный проект, который будет давать уже прибыль в этом году или вот в будущем году. Значит, на этот вопрос кое-что ответил Алексей, я сейчас прокомментирую еще.
The next question is, has any target project been signed that would bring the profit this year or in the very near future, like next year? Alexey has already mentioned something about it, but I will comment a little more.
Значит, прибыль не только получается, дорогие друзья, от адресных проектов, она получается от общей хозяйственной деятельности ЗАО «Струнные технологии» и GTI. Поэтому переведите.
We should understand that the profit does not only come from target projects, it comes from the whole economic activity of string technologies and GTI.
И прибыль, она такая, которую можно руками потрогать, и есть прибыль, которая просто пишется. Я сейчас объясню, в чем разница.
And there are two different kinds of profits, and I will explain the difference. One of the profits is the one you can actually touch, and the other one is just on paper.
Когда Анатолий Эдуардович Юницкий говорил о том, что удешевление строительства трассы, любой трассы в Объединенных Арабских Эмиратах дает прибыль почти $1 на 1 километр.
When, for example, Mr. Unitsky said that the cheaper ability to construct a track in United Arab Emirates brings 1 million profit per kilometer.
за счет того, что технология изменилась со сварочной на болтовое соединение, то это то, что еще ожидается. Но она уже есть в экотехнопарке, или, извиняюсь, в инновационном парке, где строится 2,5-километровая, почти 2,5-километровая трасса. Начинается ее строительство.
This would happen due to the change in technology from welded to bolt connection. And this is actually now being tested and is happening in the construction of almost 2.5 kilometers track in the Innovation Park.
Поэтому прибыль есть, она была в прошлом году, она есть и будет в этом году. Но это не та прибыль, я потом покажу, которую надо сразу, срочно начинать, ну, как бы распределять. Потому что, ну, это мы просто по 1 центу там на одну или там, ну, это не та прибыль, которую надо начинать делить пока, я так думаю.
So I would say there is profit, and there was last year and there is this year, but it is not the kind of profit you should run and start distributing. That would be a very small money per share that wouldn't be worth starting to distribute.
Следующий вопрос, это, значит, идет пока 14 этап, 14.1, достаточно, но по какой, значит, когда мы перейдем к следующему. Когда перейдем, заранее, за 10 дней будет сообщено в ближайшее время. Дело в том, что процесс финансирования, он внес определенные коррективы, и нет необходимости спешить с переходом с одного этапа на другой. У нас осталось всего-то 14 и 15 этап для завершения проекта.
And the next question is that we have been in stage 14.1 for a long time. When will we move to the next stage? Well, before moving to the next stage, 10 days ahead of that, there will be an announcement, and that would be in quite near future. But of course, the movement of finances, the financing of the project introduced certain modifications in the plans, and I believe we do not have to hurry moving between stages, because what do we have left? It's just the 14th and the 15th stage till the end of the project.
Дальше идут вопросы Республики Калмыкия.
The next questions are from the Republic of Kalmykia.
Здесь задается вопрос, он затрагивает всех, но когда и как будет происходить рассмотрение процедуры дарения долей компаний? Вопрос очень интересный, я сейчас прокомментирую.
And this is their question, but I believe this question is interesting for everyone. The question is, when and how will we consider the procedure of gifting the shares of the company? And I will explain in a moment.
Дорогие, скажем так, сообщники проекта, дарение любых вещей – это отчуждение. А отчуждение, оно запрещено уставом обоих компаний Global Transport Investment и Eurasian RSW-systems Holding, чьи доли или акции мы имеем. Поэтому дарение или отчуждение только после IPO, и то через биржу.
So you should understand that by definition, gifting is expropriation, or it is estrangement, which is forbidden by both companies in which we take part by their contracts. Therefore, gifting or expropriation will be possible only after IPO and only through stock exchange.
Я уточню здесь такую вещь, что отчуждение через биржу, а дарение через нотариуса, но только в тот момент, когда они будут выведены на биржу. После этого.
Let me clarify. Expropriation is only through stock exchange and gifting only through the notary, but both cases only after the shares are present on the stock exchange.
Значит, есть вопросы, которые связаны их много, я их обобщу, связанные с обратным выкупом 75+, тут предлагают 60+, и так далее. И задается вопрос, будет ли еще выкуп 75+, Я сейчас отвечу.
The next question is about buyback. And there are several ages mentioned, 60 plus, 75 plus, and will there be another opportunity of a buyback? So let me explain.
Это не бизнес-компании, поэтому это скорее социальная такая программа, которую уже делали. Вот. Анатолий Эдуардович неоднократно говорил, что возможно, что это будет, но это отвлекает от основной деятельности. Но если такая необходимость есть и компания будет готова, то обратный выкуп по всей вероятности 75 плюс еще может быть. Это мое как бы вот мнение, это не решение, но мое мнение таково, если обобщить всю информацию.
Of course, buyback is not business for company. It's more like a social project. And Mr. Unitsky said that maybe it would be done, but this actually distracts from the main activity of the company. But from what I heard, from all the information I compiled, this is my opinion, not a solution, but my opinion that probably the buyback for 75 plus might happen.
И задается еще вопрос, что если человек проспал или ну как-то вот не сориентировался или что-то там не сделал по прошедшей акции 75 плюс, ну как бы выкуп, обратный выкуп, может ли он его сделать? Да, можно, надо обращаться в компанию, это все можно сделать.
Also, there was a question whether a person 75 plus, if they in a way missed that opportunity, overlooked it, didn't know it was happening, can they still get that opportunity of the buyback? Yes, you have to address the company and this request will be processed.
Также в Калмыкии задают вопрос, что можно ли рассчитывать на начисление дивидендов 2013-2014 года задним числом. Например, в 2021 году начнут начислять оттуда. Нет, дорогие друзья, дивиденды начисляются по результатам текущего года и выдаются в следующем году.
Also, our Kalmykian partners asked about the distribution of dividends, and they asked about the distribution of dividends from 2013-2014 with a back date. No, dear friends, the dividends are always calculated in the current year and distributed in the next one.
Вопросы Польши.
Polish questions?
Человек задает вопрос, подробно и длинно он написан, значит, он задает вопрос, что он уходит на долгое лечение, и это будет связано с его определенной дееспособностью, на какой-то несколько месяцев он не сможет этим заниматься, но у него есть рассрочка. Можно ли будет ее восстановить? Ответ компании: да, можно будет. Обращайтесь спокойно, делайте все свои проблемы, решайте свои проблемы, и как только вы в январе месяце вернетесь, обращайтесь в индивидуальном порядке, все вам будет как бы восстановлено.
There is a quite long and descriptive question from Poland about a certain person who has medical issues and will have to stop working for several months due to health issues that he will have to go to the hospital. And he asks whether the installments could be later restored. And the individual answer of the company is yes, when let him solve all his issues and take care of his health. And when he comes back in January, he should put in the request to the company and they will resolve this issue individually by restarting the installments.
Следующий вопрос из Польши, он, скажем, коротко звучит так, что будет ли или связано завершение 15-го этапа с тем, когда будет запущен высокоскоростной вариант юнибуса.
The next question is whether the movement to the 15th stage and its conclusion is connected in some way with the date of the launch of high-speed unibus.
Вопрос такой, что не только Unibus. Да, действительно, 15-й этап закончится, когда будет исчерпана программа, которую начали, бизнес-план, который был начат, и программа финансирования в 2014 году. Как только будет исчерпан, тогда он закончится.
Yes, yes, and it is not only about the Unibus. The stage 15 will end, or the project will end as soon as the program, the business plan that was started in 2014 will be fully accomplished.
Теперь есть следующие вопросы из Чехии. И первый вопрос, он касается, скажем, кухни СВИГ. Поэтому мы считаем, что это не то место, где мы на это будем отвечать. Надо обращаться по линии к... Там человек пишет, что он обращался, небольшие инвестиции там были, и не понимает, что ему дальше делать. Ничего не поделаешь. Надо по линии СВИГ обращаться к те органы, которые сейчас там есть, преобразованная компания, и выяснять свои вопросы. Ничем не могу прокомментировать ни я, ни кто из нашего управления.
The first question from the Czech Republic is about the matters of SWIG. Of course, I should at once say that this is not something to discuss here. Yes, the person says they tried to address SWIG and had no resolution from them. But this matter cannot be solved by any one of our board. You can only address that restructured company in the way it is now about your investments there.
Господин Барч из Чехии задал вопрос, я его не буду зачитывать, он длинный вопрос. Обратитесь в компанию в индивидуальном порядке, вам будет дан вопрос, дан ответ, потому что там не совсем понятно нюансы, которые вы там описали.
There is another question from Mr. Barch from the Czech Republic. There is quite a long question. I will not read it. And I would recommend you address the company individually with the request to answer your question, especially because some of the details are actually not clear from your description.
Теперь следующий комплекс вопросов по поводу IPO и что и как с акциями. Я просто не буду зачитывать вопросы, буду просто комментировать, а вы будете переводить.
The next set of questions is about the IPO and the stocks and shares. I will not read all these questions. I will just start commenting on all of them together.
Информация насчет IPO будет тогда, когда будет подготовлена и целесообразно будет выход на биржу. А это выяснит компания, которая является или будет являться и будет выводить нас на эту биржу. Подготовительные работы ведутся, но пока еще рано туда выходить.
The preparation for the IPO is going on and will be announced when it is fully prepared and when the company that is doing the IPO for us will believe it's reasonable to start doing the IPO. It's not reasonable to do it now.
Теперь, что делать с акциями, когда они будут на биржу? Это значит, что кто желает производить какие-то операции с этими акциями, это один вариант, выводит свои акции на счет, специально открывает счет ценных бумаг в любом им выбранном банке и производит операции с него. Это один вариант.
As soon as the shares are in stock exchange, when the IPO has happened, then there are certain options for those who own the shares. The first option is to do certain operations with the stock market. For that purpose, of course, you have to open a securities account in a bank and operate from there.
Здесь есть еще такой один побочный нюанс, что, скорее всего, по условиям вывода на биржу, которая будет выбрана, биржа обычно ставит условие, что коль акции выведены на биржу, то все акционеры должны открыть у себя так называемые счета ценных бумаг.
And of course, there is this detail that will depend on the exact stock exchange that the shares will be in, because every stock exchange has their own conditions, and some stock exchanges actually stipulate that all the shareholders have to open security accounts.
В какой-то степени это связано с тем, что компании, которые выводят, чьи акции выводят, они обязаны будут свои акции перевести или, скажем так, номинировать их в специализированных регистрах, лицензированных регистрах ценных бумаг.
It is related to the fact that companies that have the IPO have to actually nominate their shares and list them in certain registers.
И на какой бирже, ну, сегодня неизвестно, это будет выбираться, как говорится, до этого еще надо дожить, тогда мы узнаем, на какую биржу будут выводиться акции Евразии на RSW-systems холдинга.
There is a question, which stock exchange will it be? Well, it's too early to announce that because it has to still be chosen, and when it is chosen, then it will be announced.
Давайте договоримся, что сегодня мы будем понимать ответ на вопрос, когда доли превратятся в акции, следующим образом.
And let us agree on understanding this matter the following way. When will the shares become real stock shares?
Есть нюансы, но самое основное понять следующее, что как только акции выходят, или вернее, скажем так, как только доли выходят в оборот, открытый оборот, они являются уже акциями, которые номинированы на бирже, и их можно вполне называть акциями.
There are many details, but let's start with the main thing. As soon as, let's call them our parts, as soon as they get listed in a certain stock exchange, they become actual shares that are clearly nominated.
Так, теперь есть вопросы, значит, следующие повторяются. Вот теперь целый комплекс есть вопросов по адресным проектам. И я хочу вам кое-что прокомментировать по адресным проектам.
The next whole set of questions is about target projects, and I would like to comment a little on target projects in general.
Адресный проект в центре видно, да? Это проектирование, строительство, целый комплекс там работ. Я потом тоже покажу, что сюда входит.
So, in the center of this slide, there are two bold letters which symbolize the target project, which includes the design stage, the construction, and many other things I would also show separately.
Важно понимать то, что адресный проект есть тогда, когда у него есть заказчик.
And what you have to understand that the target project can exist only when it has the ordering customer, which is here with the arrow to the left.
Я потом прокомментирую, кто может быть заказчиком.
I will later comment on who can be the ordering client.
Это могут быть компании, я даже сейчас это сделаю. Это могут быть компании, заинтересованные в какой-то трассе. Это может быть...
I will comment right now. These can be companies that are interested in a certain route or track.
Это может быть местное самоуправление, муниципалитет. Это может быть государственная организация.
This can be local municipality. This can be a state-level institution.
Но это может быть и GTI, кстати.
And this can also be, by the way, a GTI.
Прецедент уже есть. Сегодня Алексей рассказывал, что, или пояснял, что в данном случае уже в EcoTechnoPark, это, например, компания, которая заинтересована, скажем так, Анатолия Эдуардовича Юницкого, значит, предпринимателя Юницкого, она есть заказчик.
Like, for example, Alexey already explained that in the EcoTechnoPark, Mr. Unitsky's company is actually the interested company who is the ordering client.
Но когда Алексей Сукходоев сегодня говорил о развитии, которые нас ожидают, то я вполне могу сегодня сказать, что этим заказчиком может стать и SkyWay Community, наше сообщество.
And when Alexey spoke about different developments, what I could add to that is that even our own SkyWay community can become the ordering customer.
Итак, вот, когда же у нас есть проект?
So when do we have the target project?
До момента, где вы видите красную стрелку, адресного проекта еще нет. Я сейчас объясню, что это такое, что это за период 3-6 месяцев.
You can see the red arrow there in the middle. So everything before the red arrow, the 3 to 6 months, it's not yet a target project. And let me explain that.
Как минимум, потребность в транспортном решении должна быть. Должно быть проведено предпроектное исследование или предфизибилити стадии. Значит, принято заключение, сделано заключение о целесообразности и возможности адресного проекта. Исходные условия тоже известны. И что самое главное, есть, скажем так, финансирование строительства и готовность сделать заказ.
So what are the prerequisites? The first and foremost is the need in transport solution. Then the next is the pre-feasibility study. Then there is a conclusion or a decision on the possibility of the target project, then the initial conditions for the development, and finally the financing of the development of technical documentation and the construction. And then there should come an order.
А дальше уже после этого начинается период 6-10 или 6-10 месяцев, а потом 8-20 месяцев. Еще, значит, так называемые предпроектные работы, разрешение на строительство, и строительство только начинается через 6-10 месяцев, уже начиная вот с этой красной стрелки.
And if we start looking from the red arrow, the first 6 to 10 months, it is the so-called pre-design works and research and different documentation, and then finally the building permit. And only after the building permit, after these 6 to 10 months, the actual construction can take place. And this next stage could also take 8 to 20 months.
Поэтому весь процесс может уложиться от 17 до 36 месяцев.
So the whole process can take from 17 to 36 months.
И технологии достаточно разработаны так, что можно очень быстро обеспечить вот этот этап строительства.
The technology is developed in such a way that it provides a very brief period in this stage, in the construction stage.
Но сегодня еще полностью проекта, целого проекта никто не строил в условиях, как именно адресный проект.
But until this day, no one has yet done a real target project.
Поэтому сегодня вот здесь, на этой стадии, находится больше десятка проектов. Когда кто-то говорит, Unitsky, по-моему, так и сказал в одном своем выступлении, что это почти адресный проект.
And now on this stage that I'm pointing in the slide, on this pre-red arrow stage, there are more than 10 projects, and I believe Mr. Unitsky actually said that it is almost a target project.
То не совсем ясно, один или несколько заказчиков, как вариант может быть. Может быть, что есть какие-то вопросы с полностью окончательным формированием заказа, хотя большие работы уже сделаны, и так далее. Там масса вопросов может быть. Это не все так, черное или белое. Тут много нюансов может быть.
And so on this stage, there can be many different details. It's not all, you know, black and white. There can be an issue of how many customers are ordering this order, and what are the details of forming the order. So there can be many details that have to be worked through before it actually becomes a target project.
И поэтому, дорогие друзья, заканчивая тему по адресным проектам, хочу сказать, что пройдя, то есть адресный, тут появляется целый ряд субподрядчиков, как уже переводчик говорила, поставщики.
And of course, concluding this target project topic, here we have to see that there will be subcontractors, there would be vendors, there would be different parties taking part in it.
И тут выстраиваются те, кто получает выгоду и пользу от этого адресного проекта.
And here in the bottom right corner, we have the beneficiaries that actually get benefits from this project.
С одной стороны, это инвесторы в проект, а проект — это технология и вывод ее на рынок. То есть те, кто инвестировали сейчас вот в этом процессе.
On the one hand, these are the investors into the project, meaning the ones who financed the development of the technology.
А это также инвесторы в адресный проект непосредственно.
And also the direct investors into the target project.
В А мы уже точно находимся.
We definitely already are in this point A, which are investors into SkyWay project.
Но мы можем быть и в Б.
But we could also take part in point B, investors of target project.
Полностью став заказчиками, как вариант 1.
And we could also take part as ordering customer.
Или же поучаствовав в деятельности SkyWay Global Token, значит, блокчейн-платформы, где будут тоже делаться предложения по поводу участия в этом.
Or we could also take part through SkyWay Global Token, that is a blockchain platform where also certain solutions will be offered.
Это все зависит от того, какие договоренности у владельца технологии будут с заказчиком.
But all of that depends on what kind of agreement will the owner of technology reach with the ordering customer.
Потому что есть варианты, как говорит Анатолий Эдуардович, когда выгоднее самим проинвестировать заказ.
Because as Mr. Unitsky said, there are different options, and some of them are that when it is more profitable to finance the project on our own.
И самое важное, это вот самый рисковый период, 3-6 месяцев, когда дело должно дойти до заказа.
And so the most unstable period is these 3 to 6 months before the order is actually formed.
Поэтому до того момента, пока денег нет на столе, как говорят бизнесмены, вот здесь нет денег, это все еще адресный вроде бы проект есть, а вроде бы он так еще готовится.
So until the moment, as business people say, that money is on the table, before money appears on the table, it could seem as a target project, but it's really not yet.
Поэтому я просто в конце хочу еще показать, откуда деньги в тумбочку вообще приходят.
And I would like to show you where the money comes from.
GTI, доходы от всех проектов. Первая статья – это доходы от всех адресных проектов, которые будут строиться и, главное, эксплуатироваться потом.
So we see the GTI here, and on top of it, we see the income from all target projects. And what is also very important is the income from the operation of created transport network. This is where the income comes from to the GTI.
Второе – это доход от деятельности SkyWay Global Token платформы, блокчейн-платформы.
Then there is also income from SkyWay Global Token blockchain platform.
Не буду вдаваться в подробности, приходите на вебинары, время от времени я рассказываю, что я буду.
I will not dwell on it right now. You can come to webinars where I periodically speak about it.
И нельзя недооценивать и третий источник доходов – это доходы от проектов развития.
And we should not undervalue another source of income, which is income from the projects of development.
Откуда деньги на это придут?
Where does money come for that?
Смотрите, годовая прибыль делится, распределяется 100% таким образом, что 20% уходит от прибыли на наши дивиденды.
So the yearly profit is distributed in this way. So the 100% of yearly profit is divided in this ratio. 20% of it goes to our dividends.
А 80% на проекты развития.
But 80% to the projects of development.
Что это за проект? Это увеличение и расширение базы для создания прибыли.
What are these projects? It's the increase and enlargement of the basis for creation of profit.
Но это общие слова.
But these are just general words.
Что за этим может стоять? Линейные города, например, как вариант.
What can it mean? Well, for example, the line cities.
Это улучшение почв через гумус и гумизацию почвы.
The improvement of soil, of ground through humization of the ground.
Это очень много других возможностей. И в первую очередь следующие версии наших транспортных средств.
So there are very many opportunities, but first and foremost, the new versions of our transport vehicles.
Я небольшой фэн мобильных телефонов, но видите, у меня сейчас Samsung, он и 2 года назад был Samsung, он был совсем другой. Точно так же и в нашей технологии.
I'm not a big fan of smartphones, but you can see I have a Samsung, but 2 years ago it was also Samsung, but it was quite a different one. And the same thing happens to our technology.
И об этом Unitsky постоянно говорит, но нам надо это понимать, куда это пристегивать.
And this is something that Mr. Unitsky keeps saying, but we have to understand what it means in the whole picture.
Так, и последние вопросы, дорогие друзья. У меня уже времени я много занял.
Now the last questions, dear friends, because I have taken a lot of time already.
Значит, там был от Йозефа Пауча вопрос, что не работала система, исправления определенные сделаны, значит, префект Мяни работала, все включилось уже снова.
There was a question from Joseph Pauch about the malfunction of the system. The payment system didn't work, but they have been corrections made already and it's on.
Значит, там один человек, сейчас я скажу, тоже это от Йозефа Пауча, кто-то из его команды спрашивал, что у него там с учетом как бы по его структуре непорядки. В частном порядке обращайтесь, там надо будет обратиться к Евгению Кудряшову, и вопросы будут решены. Причины, почему разница в вашем учете ваших результатов.
There was another question from the member of the team of Joseph Pauch, I believe, with the discrepancies in the account of the structure. Please address your question directly to Mr. Kudryashov individually, and then the whole problem will be solved with all the discrepancies.
Весь комплекс вопросов, связанный с теми пакетами, которые были сделаны на внучку, на ребенка несовершеннолетнего, но которые уже достигли совершеннолетия. Сейчас отвечу, что с этим надо делать.
Let me now answer the questions about the sets that were bought, for example, for a granddaughter or a son, etc., who were underage and who have since have become a full legal age. So what is happening to their back office, etc.? Let me answer that.
Значит, единственное, что сейчас может компания сказать, что, к сожалению, уже почти целый месяц оттягивается, даже больше, оттягивается окончательное введение всех процедур, потому что более приоритетные были задачи, но буквально в ближайшее же время будет возможность осуществлять перевод и открытие кабинетов на тех лиц, которые достигли совершеннолетия.
What I have to say is that unfortunately for more than a month, there has been a delay in introducing all these necessary procedures, simply because there were other priority issues that had to be solved. But soon all the procedures will be introduced, and there will be the opportunity to move, to open the back offices for the underage persons who have reached the legal age, and to move their shares to their respective back offices.
И, наконец, вопрос по Словакии, так называемая техническая поддержка Словакии. Дорогие друзья, это не вопрос, который надо решать здесь. Давайте решим, František Solar поддержит, он уже занимался этим делом. Доведем до конца и решим вопрос технической поддержки Словакии в рабочем порядке, а не через, скажем, через EcoFest, скажем так.
And finally, about the question from Slovakia about the tech support, let's not solve it here on the level of EcoFest. Let's just solve it in the working order. And I believe that František Solar has already helped solve some of that. And let's just finalize the matter and get the Slovak tech support going.
Я благодарю вас за внимание, дорогие друзья. Кто верит в свет, рассвет, тот дождется. Иным рассвет амансом будет дан, а мы, кто строим SkyWay, мы спасаем планету, мы реально в этом участвуем. Я смотрел сегодня с утра выступление, понимаете, аж дух захватывает, к горлу подкатывается. Это говорит о том, что мы на правильном пути. Я желаю всем нам успехов, удачи и только вперед. Строй SkyWay, спасай планету. Спасибо.
Dear friends, I would like to thank you, and I will tell you that those who believe in the light, those who believe in the dawn will receive it. But we don't only believe it, we actually do it. With SkyWay, we save the planet. And as I watched the EcoFest today, I actually had my spirit excited, goosebumps, and I understand that the way we have chosen is the right way. So all I can wish to all of you is just success, luck, and only move forward, never back.
До следующего EcoFest 2021.
See you in the next EcoFest 2021.
Всего доброго.
I wish you good luck.
Благодарим вас, Владимир Маслов, за очень важные и полезные ответы на вопросы.
We thank Vladimir Maslov for very important and useful answers.
А сейчас речь...
Выйду с экрана.
А сейчас речь пойдет о конкурсе, который проходит у нас уже более полгода.
And now we will talk about a competition we have had for more than half a year.
И о успехах и победителях этого конкурса нам расскажет наш член правления из Словакии, František Solar. Пожалуйста.
And our board member from Slovakia, František Solar, will tell us about the winners and the success of this competition.
Okay, thank you, my friends.
Спасибо, друзья мои.
Everybody see my screen?
Всем ли виден мой экран?
I would like to say several words about the level up system when we can accumulate points and get prizes.
Я бы хотел в паре слов рассказать о системе Level Up, где мы можем набирать баллы и получать за них награды.
Maybe today is not the goal of this day, because today we celebrate our EcoFest, but I would like focusing your eyes into this program, because this is very useful program for us and for you.
Возможно, может показаться, что это не тема дня, мы же сегодня празднуем EcoFest, но все же я попросил бы вас сосредоточить свое внимание на этой программе, поскольку она очень полезна для вас и для нас.
What the Level Up bonus program is meaning, this is, I would like show you fulfilling the conditions of the bonus program.
Итак, что же значит эта бонусная программа Level Up? Я бы хотел показать вам, какие условия необходимо выполнить, чтобы стать ее участником.
Who would like to go into this program and who can use this program? Firstly, everybody need to have done the verification.
Итак, кто же может участвовать в этой программе? В первую очередь, это должен быть человек, у которого верифицирован личный офис.
Your total personal investment in the project must be minimum $200.
Ваша общая личная инвестиция в проект должна составлять минимум $200.
And the current calendar months, you must attract at least one investor who has invested from $200 in the same month.
И в текущий календарный месяц вы должны привлечь по меньшей мере одного инвестора, который инвестирует, начиная от $200 в тот же самый месяц.
Франтишек, сделайте, пожалуйста, на большой экран. Мы видим как презентацию. Спасибо.
На большой экран.
Да, как было изначально, как работаете просто с PowerPoint.
Нет, там нужно просто нажать на этот экранчик такой с перечеркнутой напополам штучкой.
Посередине.
Посередине под вашим слайдом есть такая кнопочка, по-моему, на нее надо нажать. Попробуйте. Нет, выше, выше, в бок чуть-чуть, в бок и еще в бок. Вот. Нет, это выключает.
Выключает.
А может быть тогда вторая кнопка справа? Справа, не слева. Ой, извиняюсь, слева. Вторая кнопка слева. Не работает?
I go with the sharing again, okay?
Попробуем поделиться экраном еще раз.
Stop sharing. Moment. Just a moment.
У вас включено не слайд-шоу, а presenter mode, если в английском, я не знаю, как в словацком. Вам нужно выбрать слайд-шоу, а не presenter mode.
Yes, I know. It's better now.
А вот сейчас у вас, вам нужно нажать самую первую кнопочку наверху, у вас такая зелененькая стрелка, да, вот эту.
Это окей.
Нажалась? Нет, все равно почему-то presenter mode.
It's the same.
Да.
Дорогие друзья, пока мы решаем небольшой технический вопрос, пожалуйста, поделитесь вашими эмоциями в чате YouTube, как прошел сегодняшний день, с чем вы теперь остались после этого дня.
Dear friends, while we're solving some technical issues, please keep sharing in the chat the impressions of this wonderful day. How was your day?
Irina, now you are seeing my print screen, my screen?
Yes, František, we see your screen, but not in the way of presentation, but in the way of file. You probably have chosen the presentation as a... Okay.
When I choose the presentation mode, this is just like this.
No. Press Escape, и у вас там написано «Властна презентация», и там вот «Властна презентация».
Презентовать онлайн у тебя есть.
Может быть и так. Но вот что под стрелочкой?
Рядом, влево иди. Вот это возьми. Нет?
Не-не-не, это не то. Вот рядом, где властная презентация, нажмите кнопочку, там должен быть выбор, наверное. Нажми на стрелочку под ней. У вас там что-то еще выскочило сейчас. Закройте это, то, что выскочило. Вот, и теперь на стрелочку, да. У нас выбрана вот эта презентация вместе с последующим слайдом,
Да.
с боковым. А где у вас выбрать, чтобы так не было, я не знаю, потому что по-словацки не понять.
Такой вариант подходит лучше, большая часть, ну, хорошо видно.
Да пускай идет.
Да.
Пусть так будет. Да.
Okay.
Спасибо большое.
Okay. Okay, can we continue?
Давайте продолжим.
Okay, about the Level Up bonus program, any partners, regardless of status, can collect points for invited investors and exchange them for valuable prices.
Итак, насчет программы. Любой партнер, независимо от его статуса, может собирать баллы за привлечение новых инвесторов и обменивать эти баллы затем на ценные призы.
What is the most important in this program is that each of the participants has the same conditions, whether the client is new or previously registered in SkyWay community.
И что здесь важно, что абсолютно у каждого человека равные условия. Неважно, человек этот новенький или давно пришел уже в SkyWorld community.
As well, very important thing is that you can be rewarded for your performance in 2 rankings.
И также важно, что вы можете дополнительную еще награду получить за вашу работу по 2 рейтингам.
The rating by country and in the world rating.
Вы конкурируете в рейтинге страны и в мировом рейтинге.
Now I will show you some statistics of this Level Up program.
Сейчас я вам покажу некоторую статистику программы Level Up.
And you will see very clearly which countries use this program and which countries doesn't.
И здесь очень четко можно сразу увидеть, какие страны пользуются этой программой, а какие нет.
The first slide show you the placement of countries in the first 3 places.
Здесь на этом слайде вы видите, как расположились страны по первым 3 местам.
I think it doesn't need any comments.
Я думаю, этот слайд ни в каких комментариях не нуждается.
From the March to the September, on the first place every time was where are investors from Vietnam.
С марта по сентябрь каждый раз на первом месте были наши партнеры из Вьетнама.
There, the second place is the mostly for Nigeria.
На втором месте в основном находится Нигерия.
And third, you can see Slovakia, Indonesia, and Nigeria again.
А на третьем вы видите Словакию, Индонезию и снова Нигерию.
What does it mean?
Что же это значит?
And the frequency of individual rankings, I can show you.
И также я могу вам показать частотность индивидуальных мест в рейтинге.
Moment, maybe I can switch off. It means that how many our partners was on the first place, second or third. You can see that every time, every month, we have 10 possibilities to be into this ranking.
И мы знаем, что в каждом месяце в мировой рейтинг могут попасть 10 человек.
March, it was 8 Vietnamese our partners, 1 from Australia and 1 from Georgia.
И в марте в эту десятку мест попали 8 человек из Вьетнама, 1 из Австралии и 1 из Грузии.
April the same, was from 8 from Vietnam. In May it was 9 people from Vietnam. June it was 5, July 6, August 7, in September 6.
И если мы смотрим на Вьетнам, то это повторяется из месяца в месяц. Апрель 8, май 9, июнь 5, июль 6, август 7, сентябрь 6. Человек из Вьетнама попадает в десятку лучших.
It means that of the 70 possible placements, because we have 7 months, every month 10 placements, investors from Vietnam received 49 placements.
То есть мы видим из 70 возможных мест, то есть за 7 месяцев по 10 мест, всего 70, из 70 возможных мест наши инвесторы из Вьетнама получили 49.
This shows us who received most of the bonuses.
Таким образом, мы также видим, кто получил больше всего бонусов.
Let me show you the statistics for the first month of the level up operation.
И позвольте мне показать вам статистику первых 6 месяцев конкурса Level Up.
How many participants did we have, and how was the remuneration paid for these participants?
Сколько было участников и какое вознаграждение было выплачено этим участникам?
In March, number of participants was 445.
В марте было 445 участников.
And we have paid $10,050 for these participants.
И в качестве награды им было выплачено $10,050.
I will not go through every month, but in the total, in the level up system, the participants during these 6 months was 4,124.
Я не буду сейчас зачитывать каждый месяц, но за эти 6 месяцев всего в программе поучаствовало 4124 участника.
And our company, SkyWay community, has paid more than $90,000 as bonuses, additional bonuses for this people.
Наша компания SkyWay Community за эти 6 месяцев в качестве дополнительных бонусов этим людям выплатила более $90,000.
Of the total number of participants, 3,127 partners from Vietnam participated, which is 76%.
Из общего количества участников за месяц именно партнеры из Вьетнама составили 3127, это 76%.
Why the other countries, why people from the other countries did not participate in this program, even there is a big possibilities to receive very serious bonuses?
Почему же люди из других стран не участвуют так активно в этой программе, даже при том, что есть такая замечательная возможность получить хорошие бонусы?
Maybe this would be the one of the basic goal for the future, to participate in this program and earn additional bonuses.
Возможно, вы могли бы подставить себе такую цель на будущее, участвовать в этой программе и получать эти дополнительные бонусы.
You know, this level system is set to reward for registering new clients with investments.
Мы понимаем, что эта программа Level Up, она создана для того, чтобы вознаграждать привлечение и регистрацию новых клиентов с инвестициями.
And the statistics show us in which countries some new people come into our project and in which countries not.
И благодаря этой программе и ее статистике мы также видим, в каких странах и регионах к нам присоединяются новые клиенты, а в каких нет.
And according my suggestions, and when I was thinking how to increase the participation of new clients in this project,
и когда я задумался, как же увеличить участие новых клиентов в этом проекте,
I see two options.
Я вижу здесь два варианта.
The first option maybe should be to explain more effectively the benefits of investing in SkyWay project, especially at this time when many people want to save the value of their savings, the value of their money, and after them the opportunity to obtain investment packages for $1,200.
Возможно, необходимо более эффективно объяснять выгоды инвестиций в проект SkyWay, особенно в это время, когда многие люди хотят сохранить ценность своих сбережений. И мы можем предложить им возможность получить инвестиционный пакет за $1200.
Now we have very good possibility to attract larger investors as well, with the opportunity to invest 5,000 and get their own hologram.
Также у нас сейчас есть возможность привлекать более крупных инвесторов с возможностью инвестировать $5000 и получить свою собственную голограмму.
Because we know that from 1st of November 2020 to obtain your own hologram, the 1 to 100 discount investment increased to $10,000.
Потому что мы знаем, что с 1 ноября 2020 года инвестиция для достижения собственной голограммы с дискаунтом 1 к 100 возрастет до $10 000.
I hope that the next time when we will do some presentation about this level up system, that we will have opportunity or possibility to show many countries to has been involved into the system, and our investors will have possibility to earn much more bonuses. Thank you, my colleagues, for your attention, and I am so glad that I had possibility to tell you several words today.
И я надеюсь, когда в следующий раз мы будем делиться результатами конкурса программы Level Up, мы увидим, что гораздо больше стран принимает в ней участие, и гораздо больше количество партнеров пользуются такими выгодами и возможностями получения наград. И я хотела бы поблагодарить вас всех, уважаемые партнеры, за то, что выслушали меня. Я был очень рад возможностью с вами поделиться. Спасибо.
Thank you again.
Спасибо.
Благодарим Франтишека за его выступление и за информацию.
František for his speech and for his information.
В течение целого года, несмотря на сложные мировые обстоятельства, наша компания не стояла на месте.
During this whole year, despite quite difficult global circumstances, our company did not stagnate.
Мотивируя партнеров действовать и активно принимать участие в проекте и поддерживать его.
We motivated our partners to take action and to be actively participating in the project and supporting it.
Предлагая различные акции и кампании.
And we have offered you different promotions, different campaigns.
И о самых лучших предложениях 2020 года нам сейчас расскажет член правления Sky World Community Irina Volkova.
And now we would like to ask Irina Volkova, the member of the board of SkyWay World Community, to tell us about the best offers of 2020.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги, добрый день, уважаемые партнеры. Я надеюсь, меня хорошо видно и слышно. Я также сейчас включаю демонстрацию экрана.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues, dear partners. I hope you hear and see me well, and I would like to share my screen with you.
И прежде чем я буду говорить о лучших предложениях этого года, я хотела бы еще раз поприветствовать всех наших партнеров, с которыми мы сегодня уже с 10 утра были на связи.
And before I start speaking about the best offers of this year, I would like to once again greet all our partners who have been with us since 10 a.m. this morning.
И, как всегда, по традиции, вы знаете, что раз в году Анатолий Эдуардович Юницкий дает отчет. И в этот день, этот же день и это время является очень важной поддержкой всех нас вместе, потому что Это день, когда мы все собираемся вместе и поддерживаем друг друга и поддерживаем наш проект.
And traditionally, once a year, this is the time when Mr. Unitsky gives the report about the developments in the company to all of us. And usually this day is also the day when we all gather together and support each other and support the company.
И несмотря на все ограничения, особенно сейчас в Европе, когда разрешают собираться только по 2 человека, в более чем 30 странах мира собрались наши партнеры, наши лидеры, наши инвесторы, чтобы поддержать этот проект, поддержать друг друга и идти, двигаться дальше.
And despite all the restrictions currently in place, especially in Europe, where no more than 2 people can come together, despite all of that, now in more than 30 countries, our partners, our leaders, our investors are coming together in order to support each other, support the project, and move forward.
И сегодня уже с утра, когда мы все соединились и вышли на связь, знаете, как будто бы вот кто-то потрогал за сердце, сказал, что мы вместе и вообще все супер и круто. И нас сегодня было очень много онлайн, более 5000 человек на разных ресурсах YouTube.
And today, since the very morning, I had this feeling as if someone touched my heart, saying we are together and when we can do everything, and it's so awesome. And today, online, we had more than 5,000 people on different YouTube channels.
Поэтому, коллеги, я хотела сказать и от себя лично, и от всей нашей команды СВЦ огромную благодарность и организаторам, которые очень оперативно сработали, организовали эти прекрасные записи, эти встречи. Я хочу поблагодарить кураторов и лидеров, которые, несмотря ни на что, смогли организовать круглые столы для того, чтобы мы были все вместе.
And I would like to thank both personally and on behalf of the SWC, everyone who took part in organizing it, all the organizers who made these meetings possible, all the curators and leaders that despite all the circumstances have organized round tables in order for us to be able to meet.
И еще один важный вопрос, который особенно звучит последние пару месяцев, это вопрос, что происходит, куда мы двигаемся дальше, не только в компании, но вообще в связи с теми обстоятельствами, ситуациями, которые происходят в мире.
And there has been a question that was being raised throughout the last couple months is what is actually happening? Where are we going? Where are we moving? And not just like a company, but globally, because all of these circumstances that are happening around us.
Я могу сказать, что, коллеги, очень многое происходит. Это говорю не только я, а очень многие эксперты, что во всех сферах нашей жизни происходит обновление в финансовой сфере, в экономической, политической. Я хотела бы остановиться на финансовой.
And I would like to say that lots of things are happening, and I'm not alone in saying that. Many experts confirm that in many areas of our lives, changes, updates are happening in financial area, in economic, in political, and I would like to dwell more on the financial one.
Буквально пару слов о том, что сейчас говорят эксперты с различных источников. Это то, что мировая финансовая система будет меняться. И она будет цифровой. Это уже известный факт. И как прогнозируют многие эксперты, это будет в ближайшее время.
I would like to say a couple of words by quoting the experts from different sources who say that the global financial system is changing and it's moving towards the digital. And it is a certain fact, and everybody agrees that this will happen in the nearest future.
Поэтому все чаще звучит вопрос, что делать с деньгами, где их хранить, где их приумножать, как двигаться и расширяться дальше, если очень многие двери компаний закрываются.
And very often, more and more often, we hear the question, what to do with money, where to keep the money, how to increase the money, especially now when the doors of so many companies are being closed.
Где зарабатывать, что будет с бумажными деньгами и где взять правильные решения.
Where can we earn money? What will happen to the paper money? Where do we find the correct solutions?
Поэтому я сегодня и хотела сделать акцент на двух очень хороших решениях и предложениях от нашего фонда.
So today I would like to emphasize two very good solutions and offers made by our foundation.
Вы сегодня видели уже прекрасные возможности, которые демонстрировались в экотехнопарке в качестве музея, где будут помещены наши лучшие важные инвесторы, лица будущего.
You have already seen these opportunities in the broadcast from EcoTechnoPark, that we have a museum which will have the so-called faces of the future. These are our most important investors.
Но мне хотелось бы сделать особый акцент на именно этом предложении и сказать, что даже в этом мы нашли самое современное решение. Если ранее вы знаете, что чтобы увековечить важных людей, создавались монументы, памятники, то сейчас найдено просто уникальное решение. Это голограмма в цифровом формате.
And I would like to emphasize this offer, in which we actually use the best possible modern solution. Because if earlier to immortalize some person, they used monuments in stone, etc. But here we have a hologram that portrays the person.
И это предложение на сегодняшний день с самым наивысшим дисконтом.
And also, this offer currently has the biggest discount.
В этом предложении можно поучаствовать как единоразово.
You can take part in this offer one time.
Инвестировав 5000.
With a one-time investment of 5,000.
Или в рассрочку на 10 месяцев по $500.
Or by installments for 10 months, each month paying $500.
И эта акция возможна только до 31 октября.
And this campaign lasts only till the 31st of October.
И очень хорошая новость.
And we have great news.
Заключается в том, что для наших инвесторов
And this news is that for our investors
есть уникальная возможность
there's a unique opportunity
участвовать в этом предложении
to take part in this offer
по максимальному дисконту, который есть в их личном кабинете. Так как все наши инвесторы пришли в разные периоды, соответственно, у многих наших инвесторов есть разные возможные предложения по дисконту.
There is an offer for our investments to take part in this program with the maximum discount they have in their back office, because all our investors joined the company at different periods and all of them have different discounts.
И еще раз уточню.
Let me clarify.
У каждого нашего инвестора есть различные предложения по возможным дисконтам в личных кабинетах.
Each of our investors have different offers of different discounts in their back offices.
Это та категория инвесторов, которые пришли на самых первых этапах поддержать проект.
This is the category of investors who came on the very initial stages of the project to support it.
Поэтому, коллеги, такой категории наших инвесторов есть возможность участвовать в этой программе с тем дисконтом, который есть в вашем личном кабинете.
So these investors have the opportunity to take part in this program with the discount available in their back office.
И это просто супер возможность поучаствовать и запечатлить себя в музее в экотехнопарке.
So this is a great opportunity to take part in it and to immortalize yourself in the museum of the EcoTechnoPark.
И, конечно, я таким предложением воспользовалась. Успевайте воспользоваться и вы также.
Of course, I have used this opportunity and I call you to use it too.
Также одним из самых лучших предложений этого года, как уже показал в цифрах вам František Solar, является предложение Step Up 2021.
And of course, one of the best offers this year is Step Up 2021, as already shown by František Solar.
Важным моментом является то, что наши инвесторы могут проинвестировать как единоразово, также и в рассрочку.
And what's important that our investors can invest lump sum or by installments.
И, коллеги, еще раз делаю напоминание и акцентирую ваше внимание, что именно эти предложения с таким дисконтом действуют только до 31.10.
And let me emphasize, dear colleagues, once again, that these offers with these discounts are valid only till the 31st of October.
И, коллеги, это просто супер предложение как раз для всех наших знакомых, для всех наших друзей, которые задают сейчас друг другу вопросы, как сохранить свои деньги, кто беспокоится об этом, что каким образом будут в дальнейшем обмениваться бумажные деньги, не будут они обмениваться. Я считаю, что у нас в фонде есть просто уникальное решение для вас, для всех наших друзей, для всех наших знакомых участвовать в таких прекрасных предложениях, которые имеются на сегодняшний момент.
And I believe that this is a great opportunity for all your friends, for all your acquaintances who are maybe worried how to keep their money and are worried whether paper money will be exchanged or not. Our foundation has actually unique solutions in which they can take part in order to preserve and multiply and increase their property.
И это еще не все. У меня также есть хорошая новость для всех, для вас.
But that's not all. I have another great news for all of you.
Когда вы или ваши партнеры участвуют в программе Step Up,
when you or your partners take part in the Step Up program,
и инвестируют первые $300,
and when they invest the first $300,
вы получаете еще супер бонус.
You receive an additional super bonus from the company.
Это авторский курс о котором также говорил уже и Франтишек, и также говорил Алексей Сукходоев. Это авторский курс Майкла Бенга.
It is the course of Michael Bang, about which Alexey Sukhodoyev has already mentioned.
И это просто супер инструмент для всех тех, кто сейчас обучается, кто ищет работу, кто только что присоединяется к нам, он получает сразу инструмент для дальнейших действий.
It's a super tool for everyone who joins us. They at once get a tool for their further actions, for their further development.
Потому что мы очень много получаем вопросов о том, что вот где действительно в самые короткие сжатые сроки научиться закрывать стопроцентные сделки. Как привлекать именно нужных людей в свое пространство, в свои команды. Коллеги, такой инструмент есть, и вы его получаете просто как прекрасный бонус от нашего фонда.
Because we have received many questions, how in short framework of time frame we could actually learn to close 100% of our deals, to really find the right people for our team, for our work. And dear colleagues, you actually are getting this tool from our company.
Поэтому, коллеги, мне очень коротко хотелось сегодня сакцентировать именно на этих двух возможностях от нашего фонда. Именно в сегодняшние дни, когда, как многие говорят, что физически закрываются двери очень многих компаний, предприятий в связи с ограничением, в связи с коронавирусом, в связи с изменением очень многих систем, то в нашем фонде двери открыты для новых возможностей, для новых доходов и для новых решений.
So, dear colleagues, that is why I wanted to emphasize today these two fantastic offers that we currently have, because we have them during the time when physically so many doors of so many companies are being closed due to restrictions, due to COVID, due to the changes of many systems. But here in our foundation, we actually have our doors open for new opportunities, for new income, for new solutions.
Я хотела еще раз поблагодарить всех наших партнеров, всех наших лидеров, организаторов за сегодняшний день. Мы делаем уникальную работу. Мы живем в те времена, когда даже богатые люди вынуждены дышать грязным воздухом. А мы пришли это изменить, и мы обязательно это сделаем.
I would like to once again thank all our partners, all our leaders, all the organizers, because we are actually doing unique work in the time when even rich people are forced to breathe polluted air. We are actually the ones that are going to change it.
И я благодарю вас за внимание. Мы двигаемся дальше.
Thank you for your attention, and we are moving forward.
И всего вам доброго.
And I wish you all the best.
Благодарю за внимание, коллеги.
Thank you for your attention, dear colleagues.
Огромное спасибо Ирине Волковой за освещение лучших предложений от компании SkyWorld Community.
Thank you so much, Irina Volkova, for telling us about the best opportunities in the SkyWorld community.
В нашей компании в этом 2020 году произошел ребрендинг и поменялось название.
In this 2020, our company has been rebranded and it changed its title.
И так как не было в этом году офлайн мероприятий, на которых партнеры имели мы возможность получить корпоративные инструменты для работы.
And as this year we didn't have an actual offline event where the partners would be able to receive the physical corporate tools for their work.
И чтобы вы смогли начать Новый год с этими инструментами в корпоративном стиле,
And in order for you to be able to start your new year with these new tools with a corporate style,
у нас есть для вас праздничные новогодние предложения, о которых вам расскажет Ириша Валькович. Пожалуйста.
we have Christmas offers for you, and Irina Volkova is going to tell us about it.
Добрый вечер уже. Надеюсь, что экран видите, да? Показывает.
Good evening. I hope you can see my screen.
Ну что, нужно закончить сегодняшний такой насыщенный, вдохновляющий всех на действие день чем-то красивым, праздничным и уже с каким-то предвкушением чего-то нового.
So I think that this very satisfying and exciting day has to be concluded with something as exciting and new, something that will start the further progress.
И как уже Артем отметил, мы создали такие новогодние наборы для работы с вашими потенциальными и существующими партнерами, которыми вы можете как порадовать себя, близких и премировать, наградить кого-то из ваших активных партнеров.
So as Artyom has already said, we have prepared Christmas sets for you, something that you can use while working with your prospects, with your current partners, something that you yourselves and your close people can enjoy, or something you could use in order to reward someone for great performance.
И давайте первый раз на такую большую аудиторию мы их представляем.
And this is the first time we actually show them to such a big audience.
Итак, большой новогодний набор, картинку которого вы видите, состоит из ежедневника, в котором вы можете поставить даты сами, из флешки на 16 гигабайт, ручки, ламинированной закладки с календарем на 2021 год и брендированный пакет.
So the Christmas set that you can actually see on your screen consists of the daily planner where you can write in the dates yourself, of the branded pen, the flash drive for 16 gigabytes, and the laminated bookmark with 2021 calendar and congratulations from the company, and a branded pack.
И цена продажи такого набора через личный кабинет с возможностью покупки с 15 ноября 2020 года до 31 января 2021 года будет стоить $35.
And the price of such a set within your back office, starting with the 15th of November till the 31st of January 2021, will be $35.
Дальше есть не только большой, но и маленький набор, который состоит из такого же ежедневника, недатированного, ручки, закладки с календарем и брендированного пакета.
And then besides the big package or set, we have a smaller one that consists of same kind of planner where you can date yourself and the branded pen and the laminated bookmark with the calendar and the branded pack.
И стоимость такого маленького набора при покупке через личный кабинет в те же даты будет $30.
And the sales price of this kind of set through back office during the same date is $30.
Я хочу сделать такую отметку, что это фотографии иллюстративные, но цветовые решения и расположение логотипа на как бы актуальных, на реальных инструментах будет таким же.
I would like to note that the picture you see on the slide is actually just for illustration purposes, but the color solutions and the logo placements will actually be the way you see them.
Как я уже сказала, повторю еще раз, покупка, то есть заказ таких наборов будет возможен через наш личный кабинет в отдельном разделе под названием «Магазин». Все анонсы, новости скоро будут в личном кабинете.
As I have already said, you will be able to purchase these sets through your back office. There will be a special part of the back office called a store or a shop, and you are going to receive all the information through the news in the nearest future.
И нам бы хотелось сразу уточнить и показать те страны, куда мы можем уже точно, несмотря на все обстоятельства и осложнения, отправлять заказы.
And we would like to show you the countries to which we are confident already that despite all the restrictions and the circumstances, we can definitely send the orders to.
Вы видите эти страны, но давайте проговорим. Это страны Евросоюза, страны Азиатского региона, страны СНГ, Швейцария, Лихтенштейн, Норвегия, Великобритания, Украина, Нигерия, Израиль.
Of course, you can see these countries on the slide, but let's list them. These are the EU countries, Asian countries, CIS countries, Switzerland, Liechtenstein, Norway, Great Britain, Ukraine, Nigeria, and Israel.
И, конечно же, у нас, как сегодня Евгений Кудряшов сказал, у нас есть инвесторы и партнеры более чем в 200 регионах по всему миру.
But of course, as already been mentioned, we have partners and investors in more than 200 countries in the world.
Поэтому вы можете, даже если вы не находитесь в стране, которая есть в списке, все равно оформить заявку, и мы ее будем рассматривать отдельно и связываться с вами персонально.
So even if you do not see your country in the list, you can address us directly and we will consider your requests separately, individually.
Поэтому я не буду долго. Это такой вдохновляющий момент, это то, что уже приближается, и поэтому мы хотим вас порадовать и дать вам возможность уже приобрести инструменты, с которыми вы будете работать весь следующий год.
I will not take any more time for that, but we really wanted you to know that we want you to already have the opportunity to buy the tools that will help you with your work throughout the next year.
Один праздник у нас уже состоялся сегодня.
We have already had one celebration today.
Пора готовиться к следующим.
And it's time to prepare for the next one.
Благодарю вас за внимание. Надеюсь, что это вас порадовало.
Thank you for your attention, and I hope this was good news.
И скоро новости о таких наборах появятся в личных кабинетах и в наших региональных чатах.
And soon you will have the news about these sets in your back offices and in our regional chats.
Большое спасибо, Ирише Валькович, за такие радостные предновогодние новости.
Thank you so much, Ms. Volkovich, for such wonderful pre-Christmas news.
И выражаю огромную благодарность всем членам правления компании SkyWorld Community за важнейшие знания, которыми они сегодня с нами поделились.
And I would like to thank a lot every member of the board of SkyWorld Community for all the important news they have shared with us today.
И от всей души хочу поблагодарить всех наших переводчиков, которые позволили передать всю эту информацию на разные языки во весь мир.
And I would like to thank from all my heart every interpreter who helped to distribute this information all over the world.
Целый день колоссальной работы.
It was a whole day of grand work.
Спасибо вам.
Thank you.
А теперь, любимые наши единомышленники, сегодня произошло еще одно знаменательное событие в истории всего человечества. Онлайн EcoFest 2020.
And now I would like to tell you, our dear like-minded people, today we had an amazing new event, a virtual EcoFest 2020.
Благодарим за ваше время и внимание, за вашу энергию и бесценное участие. Мы делаем это вместе для всех 12 миллионов видов живых организмов на нашей прекрасной планете Земля.
And I would like to thank you for your time, for your attention, for your energy, for your participation in the work that we are doing for all the 12 million species that inhabit our planet Earth.
Как же было приятно сегодня услышать о наших победах за год. Как же они радуют эти новости.
And I was so glad to hear about all the victories we have had during this year. These make me truly glad.
Какой же восторг в уме и в душе увидеть новые кадры развития нашей общей народной экологической транспортной технологии в разных уголках планеты, прошу заметить.
And it was such an excitement for both the mind and the soul, and to know more about our future in this eco world, please visit his website, www.unitsky.engineer.
Вместе мы меняем мир прямо здесь и сейчас.
Together we change the world right here and right now.
Сегодня для вас с удовольствием вещали светящие вам звездочки.
And today you have listened to people who had great pleasure to be the stars, to light your way and to talk to you.
И постоянные ведущие онлайн-мероприятий компании SkyWorld Community Ириша Валькович и Артем Курбанов.
You have been hosted by the constant hosts of all the events of SkyWorld Community, Irisha Volkovich and Artyom Kurbanov.
Будьте здоровы, дорогие друзья, дышите, пожалуйста, глубже. И желаем вам океана улыбок, как от других людей, так и своих собственных.
Breathe in freely and breathe in deeper. And we wish you an ocean of smiles, both your own and of surrounding people.
До встречи на EcoFest 2021!
See you again at the EcoFest 2021.